It's Hostinger's biggest ever Black Friday sale. Manage hosting for WordPress plans now starts from only 2,900 Naira a month. Create, launch, and manage your WordPress website with our suite of AI tools. Plus, get a domain an extra month for free. Get 24/7 expert support and try it risk-free with our 30-day money-back guarantee. Join more than 4 million people making their dreams a reality online.
Final step is the full lesson plan generation page. This is where your complete lesson plan comes together. Please note that this step can take about 2 to 3 minutes to finish. While it is generating, you will be able to see each section stream in real time, so you can watch your lesson plan being built right in front of you. The way each section is organized will depend on the learning model you selected earlier. For example, a lesson built with the 5E model will look different from one created with project-based learning or gradual release. On this page, you have options for
Cause a pretty girl like you, I appreciate, oh, give you I appreciate, oh, I appreciate, let's see what do today, you take time, you go jump to the jam, and you know, I appreciate the way you're running your ways, there's nothing I go need to compensate, I know, I am a time, and I promise never ever to be late alone. That's I need to have a be better. There's no need to be better. Do the math, like I know you're better. sometimes they date. My things are shift like I dream tries, like I run night.
Anyway, let me present you. Let me present you.
Good morning. Good morning. Gathering you has been like gathering people who have rolled out of a particularly nice dinner. How about that dinner? Yeah. And here to speak some more about the food is Chef Stone. No, he's not coming back today. It's just me now. Right, so today is the day for you to share and work. It's collaboration day. And considering the knowledge we shared yesterday from 15 or 20 speakers, today is the power multiplied. Now you may have noticed that I am not Peter. We've spoken of competencies. On a day with many panels and a busy stage, you need the competencies of a master of ceremonies. With only one panel and the work happening around the floor, a jack of ceremonies will do. It's as simple as this. Do you remember where the washrooms are? Perfect. If you didn't say yes and you're sat next to somebody who did, you just follow them. Also, do you remember where lunch was? It's a bigger yes. If you didn't say yes, you follow your nose. Okay. We are here in partnership with Amphi in a house that Trade built. Amphi is a huge idea, and huge ideas, as anyone who's ever been part of a startup will know, grow to fruition from the smallest seeds, very often watered, cared for and protected by a few dedicated and passionate pairs of hands. So to welcome us today, I would like to invite the gentleman whose hands have taken Amphi from inspiration to the work you've seen and heard about and brought us into the room today. Would you warmly welcome to the stage with a rolling and lasting round of applause that takes him all the way to the lectern, the Executive Secretary of Amphi, Mr. Babajide Sudipo.
Good morning, everyone. I don't think I've been introduced that well since my wedding day, which was quite a while. But no, I do not believe I'm getting married today. In case someone knows my wife is around, and the stories get around. Anyway, we're very happy to be here this morning, and I think I'm here to really just talk about two things. To talk about Amphi. What we are, what to do, what we do, why we are bringing everybody together, and also to talk about why, of course, we know that there are Amphi members in this room, but then the room is actually dominated by people and stakeholders that are not actually members of Amphi. So I think it's important to talk about why we are bringing all of you together into this room with us to talk about talent. So, of course, Amphi is I'm not going to do the quiz around who knows the long meaning of Amphi. I think everybody can read stuff on the wall. But it is the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions. And the second question that I get is typically, what is the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions? And then the name itself is actually the most descriptive name you can imagine. It's the platform, is the association, is the coming together or the alliance of multilateral financial institutions, which are essentially African financial institutions that have been set up by African countries, capitalized by African countries through treaties to address specific financing gaps in the continent. Right, and of course we have the banks, which we're all familiar with, like Afreximbank, our main host and sponsor for today, Africa Finance Corporation, the Trade Development Bank Group. We also have, well, of course, the East African Development Bank. We also have financial institutions that are not typically banks, but which have also, again, have been set up by African countries to address critical financing issues and needs. Because as we're all aware, finance is not just about lending. Finance is an entire ecosystem which is built on each other, which is interlocking. For everything to work, everything has to work. Otherwise, there'll be gaps that we won't have. So, of course, we have institutions like Africa Reinsurance. We have ATIDI, the Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance. We have some of our members that are not here, ZEPRI, the Africa Solidarity Fund. We also have specialized institutions like Shelter Africa Development Bank, which was set up specifically to address housing. So all of us have come together to do two main things. Like we said, in line with our original mandates, which was the reason why we were created, we've come together to collaborate, coordinate, partner, work together, ally, whatever word you may want to use, to find solutions to the financing gaps and the financing challenges facing the continent. And when we talk about finding solutions, yes, we finance together, we deploy capital together, we deploy financial products together, but we know that the solutions are not just financing solutions. Sometimes the solutions are policy solutions, sometimes the solutions are political, sometimes the solutions are advocacy-related solutions. So beyond financing together and working together, we also take common positions to be able to narrate, drive, shape the narrative of the African financing system and the African financial architecture. So basically, as an alliance, we come together to do two things. We finance, we also advocate. But beyond that also, right, because it's clear that to address the financing gaps and the problems facing the ecosystem of financing in the continent or the financial architecture, there are also initiatives that have to be deployed, right? So this is part of the reason why we are doing this, because I think it has been clearly articulated yesterday, beyond the financing, beyond having money in the bank, the financing is also a people agenda, it's a talent agenda. You need the people that can turn 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16, and I think that has been the experience and the stories of all the institutions represented in this room, including the members of the Alliance. And this is particularly important for Africa because, of course, Africa is capital poor when we look at it in the geopolitical sense, but what we do have are talents. And it is clear that to be able to meet that financing gap, to be able to establish African financial sovereignty, we need to be creative, we need to be innovative, we need to be clever. And at the end or at the heart of the establishment of institutions like the Alliance is the idea about having African financing solutions, is the idea about strengthening the African financial architecture. And that is exactly the reason why we've brought everybody here. Because as AMFI, we realize and we understand that we cannot do well, our members cannot do well if our partners are not doing well, if our commercial banks are not doing well, if our insurance companies are not doing well, if our financial advisors are not doing well. If we are not all on the same page in terms of strengthening the African financial architecture, right, whereby the windows, the foundation, the gates, everything is working as it should, then it will be impossible for all of us to achieve our mandate. So that is why we're convening all of us together, right? Because the talent question or the talent issue is an issue that cuts across all the elements of the African financial architecture. It's an issue affecting all the different players in the system. And it's an issue where we can most certainly benefit from common approaches, from common interventions, from experience and knowledge sharing, as well as deploying resources and products in an efficient, streamlined manner. So in summary, or basically, why we have brought all of us together is because we are all parts of the African financial architecture. And for the African financial architecture to work as it should, in terms of African financial sovereignty, in terms of efficiently directing the financing we need for development, absolutely, not only do we all have to be aligned, we all have to be capacitated and equipped to be able to do that mandate. So we want to believe, and it's our hope, it's our expectation that this event, this convening, is only really a first step in us working to turbocharge the work we are doing towards the strengthening of the African financial architecture. And again, we're very grateful working with the partners, Afreximbank, all the AMFI members that have shown up, everybody that has shown up, because we will not be able to have an event if nobody came, as well as the organizers behind the scene, who you have been seeing in front of the mics quite often. So again, thank you very much, everybody, and we're hoping to have a very fruitful, elaborative discussion for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Babajide. Can we have a fulsome round of appreciation for AMFI for bringing us together? That is not what I would describe as fulsome, but you don't get another chance to try now. We've got things to do. Okay. Can I get a nod from anybody? Joseph? We got a Joseph? No? Good. Okay. Now I'm going to tell you a story. It starts with another big idea. When a bank decided to build a hospital. But maybe it's better if you hear this story. Joseph, welcome. If you hear this story from the characters, so let us welcome them. And as you know, I insist by now that you put your hands in the air until the backside hits the chair. So, to the stage, please welcome Stephen Kaumer, Managing Director of Human Resources for Afreximbank. Until it hits the chair. And then, no, actually not there. No, I'll go, that's awful. I should have. Right, this is why if you don't get a professional, this is the kind of small detail. Most people don't notice. But it causes problems, and then if somebody mentions it on the stage, they do notice. Could you take the next chair along, please? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Until it hits the chair. Thank you. All right. And then in the chair, to his left, Omarinshola Sofala, the HR Director of the African Medical Center of Excellence. On his left, on his left, on his left. And finally, on Omarinshola's left, please welcome Joseph Olofinshola, partner of Deloitte. Now, format-wise, because it gets a little bit complicated, this is what's going to happen. We're going to ask a couple of questions to set some context. And then Joseph is going to whiz you through a solution, tell you how it was done. Then we're going to go with some more questions. And then we're going to include you in those questions. So start working on your questions, because I tell you now, mine are not very good. I planned them with Omarinshola during the dinner. So these are dinner standard questions. So we're going to need something from the floor. They're barely even legible. Okay. Let's begin. Theo and Omarinshola. I don't mind which one of you answers. Answer at the same time. It'll be like a conversation. A bank has built a hospital. Traditionally, some would say the bank sucks blood. But in this case, we're giving transfusions. What has happened? What's the inspiration? What's the story?
Right. Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to see all of you this morning. I guess I can tell the story behind the inspiration because I was there when it unfolded. And it's a story that's in the public domain as well. But one evening, we realized that we had to get medical help for Professor Orama, who was vice president at Afreximbank at that point, and had to fly him to London because he had been in hospital in Cairo and he needed more specialized help. So we got him onto a commercial flight. I recall it was a British Airways flight, and he was escorted by his wife and the current president, Dr. Elombi, to London. There was an ambulance waiting for him at the foot of the stairs of the plane, or whatever it was, which rushed him straight to hospital. And he ended up at King's College Hospital, London, and he was diagnosed with leukemia. He spent 8 months in hospital in London. He barely made it, so to speak. But when he did, he called the professor who was a specialist that was handling his case, and a hematology oncologist named Professor Mufti. And he said to him, I understand that I've been very lucky because I had the means to be able to fly to London and get treated in a hospital like this. But there are many other people in Africa who don't have this opportunity, and therefore they die, not because of anything else, but just because they're not as lucky as I am. What can I do in order to help people like that? And in his view, he felt I need to foment the building of a center, a specialized hospital, where people from Africa can get access to such specialized facilities at a lower cost. So that's essentially how the story happened. And everybody thought that it was like some funny kind of dream. Said, we're a bank, right? But what are we doing getting involved with healthcare? But given the nature of how the bank works, we looked at our charter and looked at the fact that as a bank, we have a broad mandate to transform the continent through trade. And one of the ways in which invisible trade, so to speak, is minimized in Africa means that if you want, especially for medical care, if you want to get specialized medical care, you have to travel India to Turkey to Europe, the US, simply because these facilities don't exist in our continent. And so to go behind the scenes and create an investment which is essentially providing this kind of facility on the continent means that you are promoting trade, because people from different African countries can fly intra-African to a facility in Africa, spend less money, and keep the money that would have been spent in outside of Africa within the continent. So it really is a means of supporting
Omar
invisible
Inshallah,
trade. Yeah.
put a figure on that loss of income from medical tourism.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And thank you to Amphi, thank you Afreximbank for this platform and for even starting the AMC project. Healthcare is an enabler of productivity, of talent, and, of building nations. Every time, let me just ask a question, because we're all HR people. How many of us have been in that difficult position where we've had to fly out one of our colleagues, just like Theo just mentioned, to receive healthcare outside of Africa? Yeah, exactly. I remember in one of my previous roles, I had to fly out one of our colleagues to India, just like Theo mentioned, because we could not find a PET scan in Nigeria, right? So every time we send out an African patient, we're losing, recently in 2025, Guardian said $10 billion in Africa. In Nigeria, it's about $2 billion. So, you know, this is about not just reversing that medical tourism, but also building the healthcare sector and building the healthcare professionals within Africa. In Nigeria alone, you know, it's about 3,000 people to one doctor. Sierra Leone is about 20,000 people to one doctor. And when you compare that to US, UK, you're looking about three doctors to 1,000 people. So you can see the huge deficit that, you know, Africa has.
Some big numbers.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
That's. I think we understand the context of what a bank is doing, being involved in this, and I think that context makes it very clear with what we were hearing about yesterday, that this is exactly the type of collaboration that's key. Not only is it a big idea and the kind of thing that has to be done, we need to invest. But when we want to invest, we're immediately going to run into challenges because 20,000 people to one doctor does not go into a centre of excellence, especially with the kind of things that you cover. So this is a perfect case study for us, and the idea is that we'll unpack this case study, and then you can ask questions to get into the nitty-gritty, right into how was this done, piece by piece, from design to recruitment to culture to leadership. So, to give us the high-level overview of that, I invite Joseph to the lectern. Come on over, Joseph, and show us how it was done, so we can get into the Q&A.
Thank you. Sure. Good morning, everyone. Nice to be here. Thanks, Theo, and thanks, Maureen, as well. These two guys are not very, they're not quite, they're not my best of friends. You know, so let me say that up front. But they are very interesting set of people. I've been working with you for a while. We've done some things in the past, and I think, you know, working with AMC, I'm sure you know what AMC means now. It's not America, it's Africa, okay? And I think for me, it was an interesting journey, and it's still a journey, to be honest. We're not there yet, but I think each time I reflect on this, for me, I think I was happy to be part of that. I mean, Deloitte as a whole, for us to be part of that entire experience. So it all started when I got a call, and I think it all started with you at some point. The fact that we did do some work, there's this AMC, you again struggle to understand what's AMC, and of course, why is a bank interested in and I didn't know that story until the day of the launch, when Orama himself, and Professor Orama himself, told us the story. And so for me, it was out of curiosity, it was some of excitement, but again, you know, as consultant, yes, you're always ready to do the work, right? As long as the money will come. So, you know, we went on that journey. All right. So we went, I'm from the, so no clicker, so I'm going to use my hand, not a problem. So just a swipe, I guess? Excellent. All right, so we started on that journey, and today, like I said, it's still a journey. But I'm going to just run you through quite quickly. You know, it would be nice to talk about, I know the focus is a case study on AMC, but I think it's important because we're all head of HR, am I right? In the room. We're CHROs in the room. Well, most of us are CHROs. And I think for me and for us at Deloitte, it's so critical. So even when I was talking to Alex and we're talking about the theme for this particular session and around talent leadership, I mean, it's something we can talk about for the next 3 days. Because it's so critical, it's so germane in terms of what we do and how we do some of those things. Now, for us at Deloitte, about a year ago, and we've done this for like 12, 13 years now, when we do, Theo was one of our speakers some years ago, and I've told him he's coming for the next one as well. Right. So we do this trend, HC trend that we do, and I think that the last time we had about 12,000 respondents. Okay? And we say it's the single highest longitudinal survey that we've seen. You know, we've seen. But Each year when we do this survey, we talk about 10 trends. I'm going to take us through these 10 trends, but I just want to talk about a few things because those things are quite germane. And those are some of the things that, in a way, shaped what we did working with AMC. Now, the first thing is the fact that today, and you can all bear me witness, there's this struggle in terms of all organizations. If you ask, I'm sure part of our strategy, it wants to be agile. Am I right? We want to be agile. I mean, that has become the buzzword, okay? But the challenge is the fact that there's a disconnect or a challenge between stability and agility. That's the first thing that we see, okay? And what does that mean? Now, the worker wants stability. The organization is talking about agility, right? Okay? So, unfortunately, it is the case, the reality of our time, where today, what we call the new norm is actually agility. Okay, which therefore means that we're thinking about doing things in a different way. Now, this then, poses a great challenge to the worker, to the talent that we're talking about. They need to learn new things, learn new ways of working, learn, new technologies, and that in itself is a challenge. So the construct, therefore, it's changing. Even as organizations, how do we structure organizations? We structure organizations starting with, it's all job-based, right? But we're moving away from job-based to what we call skills-based. Okay? Now, job is in the sense that our tasks are based on jobs. We put those jobs together, we organize them, they become jobs. Okay? And that is the way we define things, we design things. But the reality now today is that we're asking our workers to learn new skills. We're asking them to learn new technologies. We're asking them to learn new ways of working. And on the back of that, they're wondering, so there is a challenge between how do I balance between that's agility, because I'm used to a world where things are stable. That's the way we're used to. This is my work, right? And I do my work. But today you're asking for a different thing. So today, the first challenge, before us as leaders is how do we develop those new anchors to drive, that create that synergy between that stability and agility. So in a way, you are saying we want to be agile, but at the same time, we want to ensure that there's some stability in what we do, right? And that speaks to everything that we do, the entire facet of the organization, starting from the way we design our jobs, the way we design the organization as a whole, the way we even think about talent as a whole. Because at the end of the day, I want career. Ask it or not. Ask me, here and now. I'll tell you that I want to see my career progression. And to that extent, that's a challenge. And that's the first challenge I'm going to be putting before us. Now, the second, challenge is where we talk about how do we reclaim. And that's a challenge between us workers and the leaders. How do we reclaim what we call the educational capacity to learn? Okay? Now, what does this simply mean? That's what we call the net new work. And it's changing. Because some things are going away, some things are coming in. And we're trying to redefine. That's the whole idea about agility. Now, what does this mean? So we say there are tools out there. And those tools are meant to do what? To get people to do their job better. To increase efficiency. To increase productivity. But do you know the problem? The other problem is the fact that in that same process, right, you're asking the workers to learn those things. And for them, those things in itself, they create another layer of complexity. We did a survey and we found out that 42% of the survey said that what they do are not value adding. Isn't that shocking? They're not value adding. Now, when your worker says what I do, it's not value adding, that means there's a lot of work for us to do. It means that we need to take a step back and say, what are the value adding work that we need to do? How do you create that construct to ensure that as we think about what people learn, how they learn, what they do, how we structure, what are the things that need to go away? Okay, so that's another challenge that people are dealing with. Say, how do I ensure? So what is that? So we need, as organizations and as leaders, we need to build that capability or that capacity, right, to be able to function effectively in the new network. Now, the third thing that's also critical is the fact that there's a time for us, it's not time for us to change our EVPs. Those EVPs are now becoming obsolete. Whether we like it or not, AI is not a nice to have. It is the new way of doing things. Okay, 40 years ago we started talking about AI, so it's not new. But today it's now in the forefront. And that simply means that as we do things, as we define our culture, as we define our EVP, your EVP today must be such that it helps in bringing together how humans work with machines. If your EVP is not driving that, if your EVP is not thinking that we are now in an AI-empowered environment or workplace, then you're not there yet. That's another strong thing that we need to recognize. Now, the fourth basically is around what I'll talk about, over the years, talking about closing the experience gaps. Now, clearly, the reality is that we talk about human experience, or employee experience, and the likes, okay? And the reality is that over the past 2 years, talk about how do we personalize this. The experience is not for all. It's not a one-size-fits-all. It has to be different. Okay? It means that we need to also think of how we re-engineer that entire experience. I'm going to just run through it quite quickly. And then, very aligned to that is thinking about what to call the motivation of, as a unit of one. What motivates me does not motivate him. And that's where oftentimes, so when we talk about, and that's the simple things, so when we talk about things around compensation, it's as simple as, hey, it's not to pay people, right? But the reality is that how many of us here have implemented what I call personalized rewards? How many of us in the room? How many? And that's the way to go. What motivates me is not what motivates you. And the final thing, which is always the elephant in the room, is the issue of performance. And I want to talk a bit more about performance management. We asked that question about performance management. 69% of managers said they are not happy about the performance management system. We're always fixing it, right? We're always trying to fix performance management. So let me ask you, in this room, the last 1 year, how many of us have had to, we've done some work on performance management? How many? In this room, you've done some work on performance management. How many? Can I see the hands up? It's usually the elephant in the room. Now, the problem we have with performance management. We came out about 5 years ago, we came out with an article and talk about reinventing performance management. Because we looked at ourselves and told ourselves that we spend about 20,000 hours trying to do performance management. That's a waste of time. You've been a consultant. She's been a consultant. That's a bloody waste of time. Pardon my language. But the reality is that we're still not fixing it. We're still not cracking the code. And the problem is because for most of us, we expect performance management to do what is not set to do. We expect performance management to do everything for us. And today we're saying, move away from that performance management to engineering human performance. If something is not doing what it's meant to do for you, they need to think. We always say this, that it's a madman that will do the same thing over and over again and will expect a different result. So we have come to the fact, that understanding, either by default, that with performance management, everything will be done, but it will not solve all the problems. And therefore, we need to look, we're not going to gesture performance management, we need to look away and ask ourselves, how can we move from performance management to what I call engineering human performance? And what does that mean? It starts first by, how do we design work? What kind of culture do we have? And because that's going to take me to where I'm headed. What is that connection between managers and the workers, the organization? How do you leverage on data? So in other words, think about it. We want to engineer what I call human performance, which in itself will translate to performance in itself. And those key things are things that we need to think about. That said, so let's come back home, AMC. So AMC, I started by saying that we started with, it was a conversation, it was around let's do something, it was around compensation. I'm sure one said I would want to cut my head off when it's about compensation, but it's okay, because we had that fight, but at the end of the day, we had to land somewhere. it's, oftentimes I tell organizations, when you want to do performance management, someone once asked me, they said, how come that each time there's always a fight? I'm sure Tunde can bear me witness. I don't know who Tunde is in this room, but let's just run. So the issue will be, when it is the board, is there any board member here? There's none, so I can talk freely. So when they're doing the board compensation, nobody challenges the board. So he goes to the board and they say, I was doing one recently, and a board member said, but we should be paid in dollars. Is there no way, answer about the Soviet said we should be paid in dollars. So do I need to manufacture that? Okay? So for the board, it's probably not usually very, very challenging. But when it gets to the management and you take it to the board, oh yes, there's always that fireworks in the room. And they ask us all the questions. Oh, do you think this? Do you think that? Then you pass the management and you go to the staff, the rest of the staff. And it's always a challenge. But at the end of the day, the reality is that we must find a way of navigating that challenge. So we started out with, that whole process, and then we went to recognize the fact that there is no, that beautiful, beautiful building. Where is it now? Our beautiful building. Apple Right. Fantastic, I've been there. Right, and I've told them, I've already switched my allegiance from my own hospital to AMC. And same thing, some of my partners are doing exactly the same thing. Because really, we need to bring the money home. That's the reality. Okay, sorry, I'm not trying to say anything out of context. At least I spent close about maybe $15,000 every year on my own medical checkup because I had to fly out. As a rule, for us in Deloitte, it's not a nice to have. In fact, it's a policy issue. You don't do it in a year, you're in trouble. As a partner, you must go for your medical checkup. Right? So, anytime I ask, one of my partners said, he's like, I'm only wasting that money. Because they don't see anything any year, I go. And same thing here. But I still have to go and do it. And the question, therefore, is that why should we take that money outside? Right. So, the beautiful building wasn't the problem. So we knew that with Afrexim, that building would come up. It was a matter of time. The first thing was issue of talent. How do we get the right people? See, no matter how fantastic your process is, no matter how great your ambience of the building is, if you don't have the right people, everything will fall through the cracks. It's a matter of time. It will collapse. It's actually putting something on nothing. So, AMC recognized the fact that talent was so critical. And like Morisola did say earlier, there's also the challenge. We know they also have this brain drain. There are people moving out of here somewhere else. And one of the things AMC set out to do was, let's bring those people back home. Let's tell them we can actually solve African problem with African solutions. Okay? So the first was around how do we get the right talent? Okay, and that required a lot of strategy for us to be able to do that. And particularly working with Theo, with Ronti, and Maureen, and of course, the entire team of AMC. This is a team that will call you in the morning, and they will tell you, we need to get it done in the next 2 days. And you're wondering, and they don't accept no for an answer. In fact, Maureen would tell me, this is a directive from the president. And once the president has spoken, who are you? So, I went through that journey. Okay? We recognize the fact that we're not able to find those talent or those skills locally. Okay? So what's first for us was to agree as to what exactly is important, what is not important. Which ones are essential, which are not essential. Which one can we find here, which can we not? So we went through the entire process, and I think at the end of the day, we were able to recruit about over 200 people, both clinical and non-clinical. Right, and that took us to quite a number of places, to India, we went to Egypt, we went to Ghana, somewhere to, whether by virtually, we're in Kenya as well. Because the whole idea was, get the right people into this system. Because if we don't have the right people, we can't function well. And I think that works for every startup. You must get that talent action strategy right. Okay, so it was around what do we require? Where can we find them? what is that process that will throw up the right set of people? We went through that entire journey. And then after that, it was also critical to say, hey, now that you've been able to recruit these people, because I'm going to just summarize at this point. I don't need to go through all the slides. After we had done that, the next thing was, it was important or critical to also onboard them. Now you can imagine bringing over 200 people with different backgrounds, coming from different organizations. So you can imagine what we call a cacophony of what? Of voices that bring together. Right? Even though today we talk about what we call the microcultures, it's critical as you develop the organization. But the reality is that even as we talk about microcultures, you also need to think about what is that, North Star for you as an organization when it comes to your culture. So it was critical that we needed to start with an onboarding process. Okay? Again, I think we went through that entire process. It took us about a month or thereabouts to go through that entire process. Okay? And interestingly, I'll show you the outcome of that. And then, of course, the last thing we had to do, which is still ongoing, is, remember when I was talking about performance management, I said it's not about performance management anymore. It's about engineering human performance. And that one of the things that should be quite critical is the issue of culture, the entire process. Because you can talk about measuring performance. You can measure all the wrong things at the end of the day. Or you want to measure performance but have the wrong environment. So there's no way you're going to achieve that performance you want to achieve. So it was critical that we needed to then look at issues of culture. How do we translate? How do we mold people to new ways of doing things? Into what we call the AMC way, which today we call the EPIC. That's the AMC way of doing things. And again, that took us, some time. We had an intensive, back and forth session. Theo, thank you very much. Theo gave a fantastic story I can't forget about the journey, the Afro-Exim journey and how you build a culture. And I think that resonates with a lot of people in the room. So we ran a tough process, and that process is still ongoing. Okay? So I think that's in the summary, whatever it is. I think I've spoken about this. I'm not going to go through all this. I've spoken about this. So again, I talked about the fact that, in terms of the acquisition strategy for this talent acquisition, of course, there is first around creating the foundation, agree on the selection process, recognize where we can find the sourcing was, again, we had to and the interesting thing was the fact that we're very agile in that process. We were actually running like a sprint. We didn't take, we took an agile approach as opposed to being a waterfall approach to that process. Because as things were unfolding, they were changing to say, okay, this is not going to work. Let's move this direction. There are days where, don't worry, don't ask me why I have this bald hair, right? There are days where because I was not going to go to India anyway. So, and I didn't have a choice. So I wake up 3 a.m. every day. India is 4.5 hours ahead of us. So morning was busy in India enjoying, but I had to wake up 3 a.m. every day to join that process. But I was so critical that, this must be successful. And for me, or for us, it wasn't more about whether you're making money. It was about the fact that you are creating an impact. Our payoff line in Deloitte is making impact that matters. And that was the kind of impact that we could make. Support that entire process. So we went through that process. From a training perspective, we actually did a bit of a review of where we are. And for me, I think it's quite interesting to see that this is not changed. I don't know why. I'm on a different slide. I think it's taking some time. Anyway, at the end of the day, 90% of the trainers, they found the training very, very effective and very useful. And I think we're still at the point of checking where we are on that, how that is being done, and so on. And of course, I think I've spoken about everything. So I'll kind of rest my case at this point. Thank you very much. Oh, sure. Sure.
Brilliant. Ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done.
Can I get a bit of volume? That's all right. We'll just start. Have you got your questions ready? Any questions ready at all to start with? Because what we're going to do is go to the prepped ones, and then we'll see if we can find something better in the room, and then we'll go from there. But I wanted to start back with Theo, because Maureen told me something last night about that the links go beyond the finance. The money comes, but more than the money has come in this project. And a lot of what we've been talking about over the last couple of days is how the human capital angle is going to allow the money to get invested. So what's gone in beyond the money?
Right. I think it would be important for me, before I respond to that question, to highlight the fact that Afreximbank has actually not done this on our own. We went in as market makers when we came up with the idea. But there are people that believed in what it is that we're trying to do and agreed to work with us, of course, the Ministry of Health. So the Federal Republic, the government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, through the Ministry of Health, who provided the land on which the hospital is built. And then other equity participants that came in after we did, including the Bank of Industry, NNPC, anybody else? Yeah, so, and? Yes, of course, and King's College Hospital London, which is the operating partner. So it's important to highlight that, they believed in the dream and decided to go along with us. And the idea is to have that dream carried along across the rest of Africa. So this is, MCE in Nigeria is only the first. The intention is to have those medical centers of excellence across other regions of Africa. So East, North, South, and Central. So watch that space. But in terms of the fact that beyond the money, and here, when everything is complete, we're talking about almost $500 million in investment, because there's a phase 2 that's coming along. But as Joseph mentioned, a hospital is nothing without skilled professionals to do that. And to be able to identify people that would be able to play the role of oncologists, hematologists, lab technicians, etc., was not an easy one. If you had asked me 10 years ago, well, 17, when I joined Afreximbank, that I would be involved in the recruitment of health professionals, I would have laughed you out of the room. But here we are, under mandate, going through a process of that nature, and seeing how that has ramped up to a point where over 6 months, Maureen and her team have been involved in recruiting almost 1,000 people. About half of that, so almost 600 people, I would say, in a space of 6 or 7 months. Now, we as Afreximbank have been in the back of that, but Maureen and the team as MCE people have done an amazing job of getting. And when you look at the skills and the level of professionals from across the continent, as Joseph mentioned, from across the world, people that have been brought back into Africa willingly to work in a place like that has been truly, truly amazing. So, yeah.
Maureen, you mentioned to me a charter.
Yes.
Can you tell us a bit more about that and how that works and
Yes.
how you benefit from that? Because this isn't, you're the HR director of a startup.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's growing big and fast, but this is not like a bike rental app. This is people's lives and complicated stuff. So
absolutely.
How does that work?
Yeah, I mean, the healthcare sector is one that's highly regulated. So in the pre-operational phase, pretty much we had to develop all the processes, the systems, the structures. But then, I think, I'm not sure what speaker said yesterday, let's not reinvent the wheel. And that was the benefit I had, from Afreximbank. We signed a partnership, HR service charter, which I always play back to Theo when he wants to say you're on your own. I keep on saying, no, we're still your babies. So we do have an HR service charter, and through that relationship, we're able to leverage on what Afreximbank has built in terms of the legacy and just, I think Theo mentioned yesterday, the employer-employee value proposition. So we had the benefit of leveraging a lot of their processes through support from their team, and that really helped a lot, right, to customize our various talent management processes, from recruitment to performance management to how we reward our employees and how we engage our employees and develop them. So, that support is highly beneficial. Our L&D manager is in the room, but she would also have a lot of
Could you put your,
email
why don't you
exchanges.
stand up and identify yourself
Itohan,
so
please
we
stand
can,
up.
because people want to come and ask you
So
questions, and we
she
need
will also
to.
have a lot of exchanges with Farai, and because we were able to leverage a lot on AfriCard, right? AfriCard is so robust that you can almost get a medical degree, and I don't say that not a degree but certifications. I don't say that casually, or nursing certifications. There's so many partnerships from Imperial College, King's College Hospital. The course catalog is so robust with AfriCard that we're able to leverage and deepen the skill sets of our employees and upskill them to ensure, operational readiness for the hospital. The skill set required in a center of excellence like AMC is very unique. It's not a general medical hospital, right? It's a center of excellence for non-communicable diseases. So in cardiology, for example, you're looking at roles of a perfusionist, right? This is someone who, while the surgeon is performing open heart surgery, he pretty much stops the heart for a period of time, and the perfusionist pretty much has to manage the lung and the heart to keep, that patient alive, who's someone's dad, someone's possible child. So that level of skill set, when we're trying to find a perfusionist, is just not available in Nigeria. I think some of you may say, okay, why did you have to go to India, right? The skill set is also very limited in Africa. And you don't want to also recruit someone who, oh yes, I'm a qualified perfusionist, but the last time I did it was 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. You want someone who can wake up and say...
Especially not if they tell the patients.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's why we had to really ensure that we got the best of the best talent to come to AMCE, because we're trying to change the narrative and transform healthcare, right? So a lot of our employees, we have about 11 nationalities, mostly African, but we had to also go outside of the continent and ensure that, there's a period of knowledge transfer to upskill the workforce.
So could I follow on, and maybe Joseph, this might be one for you, it might be one for you, Maureen. Perfusionist. What's the barrier to finding that talent? Is that something that's institutional and it's ingrained and we've got to send people to degree so we can fix that in like 10 years? Or is it something different?
Oh, is that for me?
Either or. I would prefer on a loose thing that you take control of yourself.
So I think it's not just... so I'll answer that in two ways. And I think, the other part will come back to Maureen, and I'll tell you why. So it was obvious, and that was not only the role, there are a couple of other roles, right? We're actually trying to find a nuclear physicist, right, as well. And we just couldn't find. It was quite a challenging one. So again, if you look at it around the world, how many of them do you have around the world? And I think that's also quite critical. And the few ones that you have, somewhere around the world, maybe in Egypt, I think we found one or two in Egypt, in the UK. The question is, were they even ready to come? That's another thing. So I think the issue basically, and that's more of a challenge. I said, Maureen to answer that question. I do know that, there's also a school coming up, right, just by the hospital. And I think, the other day is also to build the skills, right? And I also know that with the partnership with King's Cross, that also, because that's part of what we had to sell to a lot of the people that we're able to attract to say, it's not just about coming here. There's also that, skills acquisition, development that will need to happen with that partnership, King's College. And that was a great selling point. So I think for me, it's more been deliberate by King's College, by AMC to say, we need to also build the skills over the next couple of years.
That's covered it.
Yeah.
Effectively covered.
Yes. I mean, I think just to add up to that, you're looking, it was quite challenging to we actually have a success story now. We were able to find a nuclear medicine consultant, and he's actually Nigerian, and he's working in University College London.
Yeah.
So those are real success stories where, you know, you're able to sell AMC to these healthcare professionals who have, what do we say now, jackpot? So we now call it jackpada. Meaning they're coming back. That is a success story. And you know, what Afrexim Bank has done, they've positioned healthcare in a transformative way to create that enabling environment to get people like the nuclear medicine consultant to want to come back because of, yes, there's that partnership because, you know, you're guaranteed certain standards. In about a year's time, we want to be JCI accredited, which is the gold standard for healthcare, right? So that partnership with King's College Hospital, you know, he knows he's coming back to a hospital where, you know, clinical protocols, evidence-based treatment is going to be, you know, the philosophy in terms of how we treat. Also, the culture is also very key in how, you know, comfortable people are willing to come back home, you know, to ensure that, you know, they come to an environment where they can also equally thrive. And that was also the benefit of the HR service charter that we had with Tio and his team.
And that makes total sense when you think about the power of an employer brand in terms of bringing people back. Mm-hmm. But reducing or ending medical tourism, this is not a product where you shop for a bargain. You're only going to trust this product if it's the tip-top brand. Mm-hmm. Because what else have you got? If you choose the cheap version of, you have to have total confidence. And it reflects on the employee side. Absolutely. Because no one's going to come back and work for something that's 6, 7 out of 10. You have to establish a brand. It's clear you're doing that. Right, to the floor. Question-wise, we have some microphones somewhere. There they are. If you would like to ask a question, please raise your hand and attract a microphone, and then tell us who you are and where you're from and ask your question, and we'll refer it to the panel. Is there anybody at the moment? Tunde.
Okay. Good morning. And good morning, Joseph. Always a pleasure hearing you speak. My question is to Joseph. You mentioned personalized rewards. That got my attention. Can you just shed a bit more light on that? And more specifically, how do you balance that with fairness? I mean, if you're personalizing stuff across different people, how do you balance it with fairness?
All right. Thank you very much. I'm not going to do sell a brand, but maybe I will also be able to. I'm allowed to do that, right?
You really do.
So I think you have an answer very close to you on that table, but I won't tell you who on that table. Right. Interestingly, so I think for us at Deloitte, we did a study, and we recognized the fact that, like I said earlier, in motivating people, right, it has to be that motivation of one, right, where it is not about everybody, it's about me. And I always use a very classical example. We all use one, mobile network or the other, okay? You're either using, if you're not in Nigeria, maybe you're using, in Kenya, maybe you're using Safaricom, right? In Nigeria, you're probably using MTN, Glo, or Airtel, whatever the case with you, or maybe. Now, at the end of the day, are we all on the same data bundle? It's a question. Are we all on the same data bundle? The answer is no. So what have they done? They personalized it. Okay? Now, the mere fact that I spend, say, 5,000 naira every month for as my what I pay, you may also spend the same thing, but you get different services. But I pay the same amount of money. So in other words, the fact that we're saying personalized does not mean give people different amount of money. Okay? But recognizing the fact that my needs are not same thing as the needs of the other person. And how do I create that kind of bundle? So you're not going to get everybody. We're not going to do, so let me put it this way. You're not going to have, because I think that one of the questions that came that when we had that session the first time was, does it mean that if I have let's say 1,000 employees, I must have different reward for each of them? No. Right? You end up creating what you call a bundle, some sort of bundle, right? And people can pick from that bundle. The same way you talk about learning, because I know we have a lot of people around learning. I'll talk about personalized learning. What do you do in personalized learning? The fact I'm going to do, you're going to teach me emotional intelligence, okay? You're not going to pay a different amount of money to teach me emotional intelligence and pay something different for Morisola. It's the same thing you are paying. But Morisola would like to learn by just listening to cartoons, or watching cartoons rather. But I would rather prefer an instructor-led approach to that learning. What have you done? You've personalized it. Now, 4 years ago, we started talking about, oh, we need to give our IT guys, we need to put them on different pay scale. Why did we do that? I thought that was a bit reactive because, the reality is, so when we started talking about personalized reward, people felt, oh, it's not possible, it cannot happen. And the whole idea is, like I said, it's not telling you to do something that's completely out of this world, but just being creative about it. If what I prefer, so I give this little example. There's a law that says, people talk about HMOs, right? So is it a pension law now that talks about HMO or whatever it is, The question is, so Morisola has an HMO. I have an HMO. The reality is that, or my son, for instance, has an HMO. He doesn't use it. It's not useful to him because it's covered under me. Right? The question is that can I have a different structure for him on the back of that? Would then make more sense to him? Maybe that puts more money in his pocket. But at the end of the day, the total cost of the company is not changing. So I don't know if I answered your question today. Because I'm not paying for it, so I'll just give you.
Are you satisfied?
All right.
You can extract satisfaction.
I can tell you for free. You can talk to Timmy. Timmy's on that table.
Fair enough. Anybody else on the floor with a burning question, or shall I return? Where are we?
Good morning. Thanks for the ongoing nice conversation. Yeah, let me start by restructuring your last quote, then part when you are making your delivery of speech. Like, when there is a big or good infrastructure, and irrespective of the infrastructures and the capital you have available, if there is absence of talent, then the company goes nowhere. Again, do you also agree that even then when you have a substandard or inequality infrastructure, then poorly capital available, but when you have a perfect talent as well, you can build a global viable company?
So I would, and I think it's I think that's some of a catch-22.
Anyway, I'm trying to restructure the statement.
Okay. Oh, I thought we were done. Please finish, and I'll.
But here's my question.
It's.
How do you see whereby we can deregulate the financial institutions? I knew majority of our key players are in the room already. Whereby we are going to focus on key sectors, especially whereby talking about bridging of the talent gaps for those of the Gen Zs and the Gen Alpha. How can you now focus on the key sectors of likes of education, health, and agriculture, whereby it's going to be a minimum standard or a gold standard for every financial institutions to focus by financing those key sectors, however, or structuring a financing whereby it's going to focus on those 3 key sectors. As long as this is being achieved, there's going to be a ripple effect in the whole of the sectors of the nation. So what do you see to that?
Could I see if we could get maybe some way in from Theo on this?
I was going to pass it to Steve.
Would you like to give us and are we talking about, clarify for me, because I'm 3 steps behind everybody else in the room on this. Are we talking about prioritising the investments in those areas, or are we talking about prioritising making sure the talent's there to support the investment, or a little bit of both?
What I'm trying to make as a point is not about investment only, but making more financing focus in those key sectors, which is going to generate a ripple effect in the economy.
Understood. So prioritising the key areas, and then I guess to relate it, how we're going to make sure that the talent is there to prioritise those key areas. So if you could maybe start us off, Theo, from the bank, because you're in that space and you wear a lot of hats, and then Joseph to support on some of the technicals.
Right. Thank you. So let's look at it this way. Because the bank was willing to commit an investment that ultimately will be almost $500 million, the talent followed. And that perfusionist and the nuclear medical scientist, even though it came a few years later, was because we as a financial institution had seen the benefit of having a facility of this nature and had put money on the table, gone through the process, board approvals, etc., to get that done. So, as I mentioned earlier, we look at ourselves as market makers. So we go in where things are difficult, where angels fear to trade, open up the market, bring other equity participants on board, and then, talent and whatever else follows. Talent, infrastructure, etc., they follow each other. And that's what we as a bank who is focused on intermediation of a financial nature is actually doing across all the different sectors. Now we do this directly, which means that we lend directly to sovereigns, to large corporates, but almost 60% of our balance sheet, which is about 40 plus $40 billion, is actually directly working through what we call trade finance intermediaries. Now these are private sector banks across the African continent who we lend money to, and they only lend that money. They only lend that money to all the sectors that you're talking about, be it education, agriculture, etc., We've done that with many banks in Nigeria. Almost every major bank in Nigeria has got a line of credit from Afreximbank at one point or another. That money translates directly into, jobs, new jobs created, employment, etc. So as we build up our balance sheet, and our intention as a bank is to build our balance sheet up to 60 billion within the next 2 or 3 years. When the new president of the bank, Dr. George Elombi, spoke at his investiture, he said, in the next 10 years, we would like to see our balance sheet grow to $250 billion. All of this is money that when you put it on the table, it becomes an intermediating factor into creating all the catalysts that you're talking about.
All right, thanks. To be honest, I was going to just, deflate that question to Theo, because I'm not a bank. No, but I think for me, in addition to what you had said, and I think to also address your concern, so there is a first bit in terms of developing those sectors. But I think there's also the bit in terms of, and maybe Theo, that's what you want to also speak to, what are we doing from a talent perspective? Now, what do I mean by that? It's, and I used to talk about HSBC those days. HSBC is we're a talent factory. We're very clear. We are a talent factory. Okay? And if I, at least I've been in this industry for just about 5 years. Okay? And I recall there's a bank some 30 years ago when I used to do work for them. Okay? That they spent a lot of money training their people. In fact, the first 6 months, you don't go to anywhere. You just go straight into a particular area, and you are there for 6 months. And they train the people to come out of that place to say, you know what, we have only 2 banks in Nigeria. Bank A, which is our bank, and the rest. Right? And for so many years, it was very clear, very evident, until today. Right? I mean, I won't mention the name of the bank. They still remain one of the 5 top banks in Nigeria till today. Now, the reality was they knew it was critical to develop talent, and they invested in talent development. So, again, maybe it's also the question is, what's Afrexim doing? Is there anything they're doing directly? So beyond, so I don't think it's about with due respect, I don't think it's about looking at the educational sector. I don't think that's a problem, in all honesty. The reality is that we churn out graduates every year in this market, and I found that very, very, frustrating. At the end of the day, in fact, it's a major paradox that each time we're looking for skills, you can't find those skills. That's the reality. Okay? So it's not about, supporting that sector. I think it's about, being very deliberate, being very intentional to say, even when people are out of school, what do we do? How do we help them? Is there, what prepares them for the workplace? Okay? And that in itself requires some level of investment. But I don't think a lot of people are doing that at this point in time. I see a lot of boot camps here and there. But the reality is that, what is the sustainability for that? So that's where I look at it. That's another area that we need to think about. And for instance, maybe, it will be something to say, what do you call it now? My apologies. But when, how do you call it now? AA Amphi. Thank you very much. Before I get thrown out of here.
I think it's
So,
nice.
and I think maybe it's something that Amphi need to think about and say, are we, from a collaborative perspective, because that's what we're saying today, and say, is that something we can do with respect to building talent? Maybe something we need to think about.
I think the power is in the room. Let me, some of this comes from an international perspective, right? So the ending of medical tourism or the reduction of it. And I mentioned to you yesterday evening, Maureen, that in the UK, medical tourism has quite a different meaning, and it's much less important and much more about going to other countries to get nicer teeth and elective surgeries. It's what it means there. There are a couple of things that are prevalent in the UK system, and I'm only relating this because it's what's all over our news all the time. It's almost like a pitfall of a project like this, that in leadership and culture, things can go horribly wrong. And there's a few Brits here that tell you that's where we pretty much are at the moment. We struggle with organisational leadership, the design of, too many of this, not enough of that. And we struggle with keeping our people happy because they're variously overworked, underpaid, and out on strike. Let's talk about avoiding those pitfalls in your centre of excellence. So,
Yes.
if I could speak, you mentioned it in the intro, Joseph, about culture and some work that had come in from TO. Maureen, could you kick us off on how the culture is being created and pull in either of the guys where their contribution's been useful and illustrative?
Right. Thank you. So, I mean, we all know the culture has to stem from our values, right? One of the key roles Afreximbank has, played is our first value in terms of commitment to Africa, right? This is one of the reasons why AMC was set up, because, we want to stop the brain drain of our healthcare professionals. We want to reverse medical tourism, and we want to have facilities in Africa that can look after Africans and that are world class, right? Because health is wealth. We're all in high-powered jobs, and we all know if something happens to, God forbid, if something happens, next day they found a replacement, and HR is going to be the one to sign that new appointment. So it's important that, we as also HR practitioners, part of our culture is ensuring that your employees' well-being is taken care of. Just like Joseph said, do you have programs in place, for example, ensuring that it's mandatory to have annual wellness checkups, right? And not just a wellness checkup where you go check your BP, they kick your leg and the leg is moving up. We're talking about a comprehensive, annual wellness programs, because really, that is the best way. Preventive healthcare. Working in a hospital, you get to see things where you're like, you really don't want to get to that stage of life. So you cannot underestimate that preventive annual healthcare checkups. Now, in terms of leadership, someone said yesterday, what was the analogy about the fish? Someone said, rotten from the head. It starts with leadership. And, I think one of the good things about the HR Service Charter has provided is that governance. I'm sure Theo has seen my messages late at night.
Can we get the messages on the screen, please? If possible.
And it's good to have, good mentors and coaches, like Theo, that can also guide you in the right direction to say, okay, it's not out of the norm, right? And this is the path that we have, followed over the past 30 years, and this is what has worked. So leveraging on those best practices to build and shape your own culture is really important. That culture of accountability, that culture of, I know you say you don't like performance management. What do you call it? Enhanced?
Engineer human performance.
Well, we're re-engineering performance. We're cascading. We're implementing the balanced scorecard. From the governance of Afreximbank, where that's what we're rolling out to ensure that accountability is from the top to the tea lady or the security man who welcomes you into AMC is accountable to ensure that we deliver, high quality, patient-centered care that is world-class. We have to, keep ourselves accountable and ensure that culture of excellence by ensuring that we have, one, the enabling environment for employees to thrive, and the right policies and processes to ensure people get what they came for, which is world-class, patient-centered care. Thank you.
Okay. And Joseph, anything on the design of leadership? Looking at how you were setting up, how it was structured,
All right,
what type of management's required, and maybe also how it develops over the next few years?
Okay, so I think interestingly, I've been doing a study in the last 3 years, and I should be done with the article anytime soon. Right, it's a major publication basically. So, and it's all around leadership and culture. I've seen a lot of, there are plethora of papers out there that talks about the impact of leadership on organization, culture and organization, but I haven't seen several that talks about both, the impact of both, right, on organizations, and I think it's quite critical, okay? Oftentimes the question is who shapes the other? Is it a culture that shapes leadership, or leadership shapes culture? It's quite difficult to say, but the reality is, like rightly said, so if you look at, from statistics, we, in Nigeria today and maybe across Africa, we also keep talking about leadership being an issue. And that's the reality, both at corporate levels, right? So we have a few that have distinguished themselves, but I feel, and I was with a team not quite long, we're talking about the culture is another institution entirely. And this was a institution that's actually doing very well. And by the time we're done, they didn't like some of my comments the first day. The second day, they were like, oh, you know what, we reflected on what you said yesterday. You were very hard on us. You said you were suboptimal. You can't imagine we're doing well on the stock exchange. We're XY, as if you are suboptimal. And I give them the analysis of why they're suboptimal. Right. Now, and this all boils down to leadership. Okay? Now, the question, therefore, is, when we talk about leadership, I always tell people it's not about leadership training. And I think that's always a problem. It's about that leadership development. It's a process that needs to happen in the organization. I want to be very deliberate about it, right? And there are several ways of doing that, to be honest. There's several ways. I'm sure some of us have done some of those things. We need to be very deliberate. We need to be very strategic about it to say we're actually doing. It's not a cookie cutter. We just wake up one morning and say, let's go and train all our leaders. You can train them and come back, and nothing changes. And I tell people, I said, oftentimes we don't even understand what drives the behavior of leaders. We talk about leaders. We talk about what they do, but the rest is that what drives those behaviors. If you don't understand those things, you're going to struggle with how you develop your leaders. So for me, I think we need to just be very deliberate about it. And to be honest, it is not. It comes at a cost. It's a major investment. Let's be honest with ourselves. It is a major investment. I can tell you for free today that a institution today that, if I can say it here, doing a project for them, and this project is about $1 billion. All on leadership development. But because some people are willing to spend that money to develop their leaders. That's the reality. That is the reality. So some of us that are HR heads, and stuff like I do pity, because you can tell all the stories, but people don't even listen to your stories. And that's the reality. So, and that's why I always tell HR, go and partner your CFOs. Okay? Because they can help you to tell your stories. The reality. So for me, that's where what I look at around leadership, because your leadership to a large extent, right, will shape your culture. That's the honest truth. So if you can design everything, put it on the wall, that is not culture really. That is what we do. And I do this a lot. I'm going to do it again for the last time here. And please, can you all look at me? Everybody in the room. Let me be the center of attraction now. Okay, I'm sure you can describe the way I look. Okay, can you please touch your chin? Can you see now? We just went for our cheek. What did I say?
Chin.
Touch your chin. Done.
Show them all up. I can see why you got that feedback from the from those guys. You made us all look like mugs. Okay. So what I'm hearing is that certainly in the UK, the relationship between leadership and culture, we're doomed. It's all become intractable, and it's good that you have objective to not let it get that way. Probably stick with that. Let's see, what have we got from the floor? Have we got another question or two from the room? A couple of hands in the air. And if we could make those questions, because time's against us now, so keep them short, sweet, and questions.
All right, it's going to be very short. Good morning.
Thank you.
I like the part where you mentioned how much time you spent on performance management and appraisal before, and what Deloitte came up with. I think I saw the robust document then, and I just don't know if you guys were able to implement it in any form. What was recommended then? That was one. Then, just like she said, you advocated for shifting from performance management to engineering human performance. So I would like you to explain, maybe with few examples, the real act of engineering human performance. Thank you.
I think that's directed to you, Maureen. And are you comfortable, or to Joseph?
I mean, either way, I can go for it.
Do we have anything from the MCE project directly that you could go for, and then we can flesh out the...
Yeah. So, I mean, for new organization, we all know the different stages of team formation, right? So you have a team come together, storming, norming, and performing, right? So you have a situation where maybe people are territorial, people are saying, well, I'm in charge of X, I'm in charge of that. You have, egos. I like to say, I ask Chio sometimes, how do I manage powers and principalities? I'm sure we all have those situations where you're managing egos, right? But when you throw in, those accountability measures and said, this is how you're going to be held accountable at the end of the year, it changes the whole narrative. It changes the whole narrative, and then everybody begins to face, their own area of expertise, and they begin to put in place the right measures that will ensure that, the center excels and the organization, delivers stakeholder value. And that is both to the citizens of Nigeria at large and, our founding partners.
Okay.
Or family. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Right, and then down near the front, I think we have another question. The microphone has been dispersed.
Okay, so the question goes, it's been such an insightful conversation and all, but the question is, as much as we all work in an organization. I believe everyone here seated here works in an organization. And sometimes as human beings, we come with different principles, both from home, from school, wherever we've picked them from. And we notice that no matter how much these formation principles are being imputed into books, the HR is there to put them to use and all. Human beings are still human beings. Now that boils down to my question now. So in situation where it comes to hospitals, I've been to hospitals where staffs are not even able to use the facilities being provided by the hospitals. Now the staffs use other facilities, but not able to, patronize where they work. And now, let me bring it home. In AMCE, I believe there are equally staffs that wouldn't be able to pay those huge amounts to get their health checked. So how do you go about this? Because it becomes a problem. Because it's either they start showing up attitudes to customers and start thinking that the customers are their problems, and then start being antagonistic, and which makes it a very unhealthy place for me to spend my money. Because I believe if I'm going to spend my money in any facility, I should be able to get the best. So how are you able to checkmate that?
Yeah. So I talked about putting in place wellness programs. We actually have a whole department called occupational health. So we have, a team dedicated just to look at the well-being and health of our employees. Of course, organization has to be sustainable. So we do have HMO, right, for all our employees. They're under an HMO and they have access to our facilities. And you also want to start with the preventive. So when we were pre-operational, a lot of our employees, they had access to our facilities just to test the systems in terms of, all the annual checks. The women went to do their mammograms, so they had all the screening tests done, when we were operational, and those facilities remain open to them. We also do a lot of training. We partnered with Deloitte for our onboarding to do soft skills training. I talked about the AfriCard that we're using through Afreximbank Academy platform. So it's a continuous learning journey in terms of, having that patient-centered care. And that starts, like I said, from the security person to the receptionist who is taking your details to register you, and then of course we have measures to make sure not just are we talking the talk, but we measure it so that your whole patient journey is mapped from when you come in, how long it takes for you to get your lab results, how long it takes for you to sit down in the waiting room. The doctor has a measurement for, the time he communicates to you. The nurses have a measure for the waiting time to attend to a patient. So we're also backing it up with accountability and also making sure the employees are also recognized. We have a monthly employee engagement forum. That's our engagement manager over there, Odinaka. So we celebrate our wins. It's important to also celebrate them, to say, okay, individually and as a group. Last month we celebrated our cardiovascular directorate because, of just the way they ramped up their operations, and they were able to deliver, the services. So it's important to ensure, it's just a multifaceted way to ensure that your employees are happy so they can equally deliver that service to your clients or your patients.
Goodness.
To your patients or your guests, whoever.
Is everybody okay over there? We all good?
Yeah.
I think we're good.
May I add something?
Oh, please, Theo. Yeah. As long as we're okay over there, yeah? Yeah, everybody good? Yeah. Please do.
Right. I would like to add to what Maureen has said, and I'm glad you brought up the question of affordability and the patronizing of those facilities. Now, in addition to our staff, we realize that specialized services of that nature are expensive, obviously. It will be cheaper, of course, in Abuja than it would be in London, but it's still expensive for many people. And so Afreximbank and MCE thought about how that could be dealt with and came up with the idea of a foundation, which is known as the African Sciences Life Foundation, African Life Sciences Foundation. Afreximbank committed a sum of $75 million as seed funding to that foundation with, it's got two purposes. The first is to create a process through which people that cannot afford services at MCE can get payment, or they can get paid for through the African Life Sciences Foundation. So we have a process where that will happen, and we expect to see that the number of people who would not otherwise be able to afford those services would get their treatment paid for through that channel. But secondly, the channel is also focused on building research capacity for diseases that are typically, or diseases that typically affect only people of dark skin. Sickle cell anemia, for example. There's not much research that is done in the West or in countries where you have money available for such purposes because they don't fall sick from sickle cell anemia. So the foundation is meant to put more money on the table for research into diseases of that nature so that we can look at, creating more solutions to how diseases of that nature can be treated. So I thought I would bring that out as well as one of the things that Afreximbank and AMC are doing.
All right, just 30 seconds. I think you did ask a question, and I'm not sure Maureen addressed that. So it was the issue of staff being not able to use the equipment. That was one of the things you talked about. And I think I saw it different, when we did work with facilities, yes, basically, yeah. And I recall even when we were bringing in the nurses, for instance, it was a completely different approach. It was not the usual interview. It was actually a very practical session that they went through, right? What you would have done in this kind of situation. It was a whole room set up, for that process. And when they also got, outside the soft skills, you also had another set of training how to use those facilities. So I think, as long as that is sustained, then that shouldn't be a challenge. But your point is, it's extremely valid. I've seen that, before.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. I think we're going to need to move towards a close. So one closing question for each of you to answer in a minute. And the question is, what's the most important factor in a sustainable talent future for AMCE? You can have 10 seconds to think about it, and then we're going to start with Theo and move left.
I think for me, the most important part goes back to the issue of market making and providing an inspiration and an example of what can be done if people put their minds together and decide that they're going to do difficult things. That was a difficult thing to do, but it's been done. And recently, when we were celebrating Dr. Orama's or Professor Orama's departure from the presidency of Afreximbank a couple of weeks ago, we had a conference where Professor Mufti, who is the professor that treated him at King's College Hospital, London, brought back the whole story to show how we've come through a whole loop until the end, where Professor Orama, as president of the bank, because he became president of the bank after he went through the treatment. In other words, if he hadn't gone through that treatment, he wouldn't have been able to become president of the bank. But he did, and through that process, he fomented the creation of MCE and the building of a facility like that. So believing in ourselves and making sure that we can do difficult things, I think MCE is an example of how all of that can come together. Yeah.
AMFI as well is the inspiration of Dr. Orama. So quite literally, if all that doesn't happen and AMCE doesn't happen, this not here.
We wouldn't be here.
We would not be here.
Yes.
Amazing.
Indeed.
Maureen, what's the most, well, it's your job actually, so what are you going to do about this?
Yes. So maybe I'll say it is twofold. Maybe say, two C's, collaboration and culture. We have to continue to collaborate, right? There's a big ecosystem. Continue to leverage on, the legacy of Afreximbank and, our HR service charter with with Theo and
Release
his team.
the WhatsApps to see this.
Yeah, so continue to collaborate with the ecosystem, the different hospitals within Nigeria and beyond. We're not a competition, we're a collaborator. We have a 24/7 automated lab. A lot of times, I'm not sure in Nigeria there's one hospital that is able to do a biopsy in Nigeria. Usually when you go and you have to do certain things like biopsy, you have to send it outside of the country, and then you have a waiting time. You have a waiting period, and you're anxious. My result has not come out. What's happening? Now these hospitals can collaborate with us and have those things processed in Nigeria, on the continent. We keep the revenue in our continent, develop our continent, develop our healthcare professionals. So we'll continue to collaborate across board, you know, with all the relationships here as well. We'll support our ecosystem, you know, by providing world-class healthcare and also culture. You know, these healthcare professionals, they want to come back only when they can see a place where they can thrive. And the patients also want to come where they can see, you know, you go to, you see, a lot of times you go somewhere, you say, it's nice, then you come back and you say, maintenance culture. We want to ensure that what we've built or what Afreximbank has invested, like Theo said, $500 million, nobody has invested that much in healthcare in Nigeria. And I think the onus is on us now to ensure that is sustained in terms of the level of excellence that goes into the hospital and is delivered to the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think for me, it's just three things. And if I understand your question clearly, it's three things around leadership, culture, and of course, performance. For me, I think, you know, that's what AMC needs to sustain. Okay, it's a process, but you have to continue to build that process to ensure that there's strong leadership, that it's a very strong culture, and then of course, also because at the end of the day, I don't think that money was free. So AMC at some point will have to pay back, and I'm sure Theo will be happy. At that point, Theo will not know Morisara. So and I think, you know, that performance is also.
Yeah, it's happening.
I think that performance is going to be quite essential. And like I did say earlier, it's not just
feedback to live KPI disbursement.
Absolutely, and it's not just again, I say it, and I'm happy to talk about more some other time. It's not about that performance, but it's engineering that human performance, because that in itself will drive that productivity, will drive that performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me ask you a question in the audience. Are you enjoying this session? If this session suddenly became 10 minutes longer, would you be happy? Do you have questions to help me extend this session by 10 minutes? Okay. Are you okay on the stage? Because I just heard about a coffee break that is going to happen, and it's going to happen in 10 minutes. So if you can power us to that coffee break, that would be perfect. Let's go to Guy.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, congrats for the AMCE. I think we, as your neighbor, just next door, we are moving to Abuja next year, and one of our biggest concern was medical center in Abuja. Yeah. And from my discussion with the HR director, I mean, it's a big relief for us, especially bringing international staff from Lagos to here. But I have you mentioned building something sustainable. And we all know, you mentioned, specialists, scarcity, to hire them. But that also comes with another problem, succession. Yes. There's a lot of unforeseen. We say the migration of health professionals across the world is very high. Yes, it was a good, it was a success story to bring those professionals from India, Europe, other African countries to Nigeria. But we never know. There are a lot of unforeseen changes. You can take good care of them at Afrexim, but some, you are just starting. You never know what can happen. You have, for instance, our brother, the nuclear medical, he can decide tomorrow to leave. What are the short-term and long-term, succession pipeline initiative that you have in place? And I also know it can be very expensive for a hospital, I suspect you may be running a lean staff structure, especially for some critical roles. You can't double, you can't shadow, it's not really, there are scarcity also. You can't So how do you have, in terms of short-term, long-term, succession pipeline, especially for a medical facility like this one? I heard the school, which is good, because you are actually building an internal talent pipeline. But externally is also scarce, so there is you are flipping through the two challenges. Yes, so thank you.
I want to slightly rephrase. First, tell us what keeps you up at night in terms of succession. Then tell us what we're doing about it.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much talks about the elephant in the room, right? That's what really keeps me up at night. We really had a Herculean task to mobilize the workforce that we have now. As Joseph said, I've been in consulting, so I've had the opportunity to work across different industries. But never have I think we all underestimated how difficult it would be to recruit healthcare professionals. We're not talking about general doctors, we're talking about highly specialized doctors, that the skill set on a normal basis is also rare, right? I talked about the perfusionists, I talked about, there's also a medical physicist who is the one that, calibrates, the amount of radiotherapy that is going to go into a linear accelerator to diagnose and treat where the cancer is to the level of precision, right? That person, someone once said, that person has the ability, if they're not able to calibrate the machine right, to treat 20 people or not treat them successfully if not done properly. And that sustainability comes with, the partnership we have with King's College Hospital, London. So the bank has put in place a long-term partnership agreement where, we're leveraging a lot of their expertise, their clinical protocols. We have multidisciplinary teams with them. So they also are on ground, to ensure that clinical support as our clinical partners. And we continue to collaborate, with them as our center of excellence, as a center of excellence. For the skilled workers and healthcare professionals that have come, it's not just one that we recruited. We had to recruit, a pipeline as well, because you're talking about a 20-bed ICU. This is the biggest in Nigeria and in West Africa. For an ICU, you need a 1-to-1 patient-nurse ratio, so 1 nurse to 1 patient. A nurse in the wards or normal hospitals you see does not have the skill set to take care of a patient in the ICU, intensive care ward. So we've brought in these expertise and they have to transfer the knowledge. So coupled with everyone who's come, they have that, they're contractually bound to also develop, the national workforce here. The national workforce also have the opportunity to leverage on best practice clinical protocols and procedures, because it's one thing to say, okay, you're going to teach me how to become a perfusionist. We know human beings, sometimes they hoard information, right? But these things are also documented where people can also go and see how it's done. They also have experts that will come and train them as well. Because even though we've hired trained professionals, we also want to upskill them to the latest technology. So those partnerships, would help us sustain, AMC as a center of excellence. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add to what Maurice said, I think that was quite critical at the very onset when we're looking for the skills. And I'm sure, the instances where we had, even though we do recognize that the skills are scarce within our market, the instances where we had 5-6 people that were actually eminently qualified, And I think the whole idea was to keep those 5. So you pick one, the other 5, of course, from an external marketplace perspective. Also put them in your pipeline. That's what we also talk about, the pipeline, and then constantly monitor that pipeline as well. And I think when we talk about culture, I know I didn't go to the details of what that culture entails. There's that bit around learning in that entire process. So where there are, days where, of course, there are experience sharing, people get to understand, get to understudy people, in the course of what they do and the like. So, and I think for me, as long as those could be sustained, then, the point is the fact that anybody can go tomorrow. Your best staff can leave tomorrow. And I always tell people, so don't think it's not going to happen. But, what we always tell people is that make it difficult for them to go. We cannot stop them from going, so.
It's clear. Now, the great Mike Tyson once said that everybody has a plan until. And so the coffee plan, until you get punched in the face.
Exactly.
And the coffee plan has been slightly adjusted again. So I want to bring it back to the story at the beginning. And Tio's told it so well that we can't match that, we can summarize. Out of a very difficult situation comes some inspiration that creates an amazing thing and brings us all together in the room today. It's not the ending, but where we are is happy. Yeah. And in the hands that it's in, we can expect a long and continuing story that if it were to end, it would be a happy one. Indeed. So, would you show your appreciation to the panel for, you see the clock at the back, it's going to tick down, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, let the clock tick down below 8. And that's an appropriate amount of applause. So thank you very much, Tio, Maureen, and Joseph, for a wonderful discussion. If you have further questions, and we had to cut them off because I invited them, then took them away, then the session that follows this is completely collaborative. We need to make noise. Sneak your questions into that. In terms of housekeeping, the coffee, as discussed, has been taken away. Lunch, though, is not so far in the future. So what we're going to do is have a brief comfort break. It's time to follow that person who remembers where the restrooms are. They're immediately opposite this door. And then return here within 5 minutes. That's the target. The KPI is 5 minutes. If you're 25% over the KPI, no lunch, and we take in names. All right, thank you for your attention, and see you in 5.
guys, big news! Coke is giving out over 250 million naira in
If you ever find yourself running an HR conference in Africa, I have one sneaky tip for you, is that if nobody will come and sit down, you go on the microphone and you start talking, and it doesn't matter what it's about, but the message will get across that things have begun again. They will hear the echo in the corridor, and they will start to come. So now we have as many minutes as it takes for people to respond to this juntering and hear the echo in the corridor and resume their seats. Look at that. That's the way. That's the way. If in doubt, talk it out. And then we'll be able to restart. We give our colleagues a minute or so. The reason I'm comfortable to give them a minute, someone said yesterday, I think, you have to sometimes unlink the personal compensation from the outcomes. So your performance in returning from the comfort break is in no way linked to my financial compensation. And as a result, I don't care what you do. I do care. I'm very invested in the overall outcome. But there's nothing I can do. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. We almost core it again. I should say as well, I was getting a little feed from check-in during the last session how many of you are back in the room today. And we prepare in these circumstances for generally some decent dropout from day one to day two. But you're almost all here again. We sort of 80 to 90% returners for a second day, which I think speaks very well of you and your commitment to collaborating and working together. So thank you from us for having the gumption to return and come back to work. You're not day one jolliers. You are here to see it through. And we'll be taking a survivor's photo at the end. At the end of the session today, we're going to all gather and take a nice picture of everybody who makes it to the end as a souvenir. You will all make it. There's no jeopardy. It's just, you just have to be persistent. Okay, we think we are all back. Okay, so we're going to have a tonal shift for this afternoon. This tonal shift is a move from people on a platform talking and sharing to people around the room talking and sharing and working together. And this is an important shift in terms of the mission and the mandate of this event. When we were instructed, we were told in no uncertain terms that the importance is that you work together. So we've hopefully seeded plenty of ideas for discussion over the last day or so, but now comes the time for you to work together. And I must ask that you do it, and do it well, because the sponsors and conveners of the event are present in the room, and they will notice and they will blame me if you don't do that, and we cannot have that. So, well, it's hot. Can we just, if we can get some aircon, that'd be beautiful. So it's time to go to work. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who is rather in the guise of a facilitator. This person is an executive coach who's worked across Africa for some of the world's leading business schools, delivering business school programs, and also for a host of multinational, regional and local organizations, both in Africa and in Europe. Or as we call her internally at GCC, HR, because her other hat is to be our HR person. And let me tell you, I have challenged her in my day with some serious HR problems, and she's come through them all. So would you welcome to the stage, please, the best thing to come out of Algeria since Zinedine Zidane. It is Scheherazade Zeghar. And you clap her onto the stage, otherwise she won't come on the stage. She'll try and get away with staying on the floor.
And back down. I'm definitely not a stage person. Thank you, Alex. And everyone, you know how they say, be careful what you wish for? That's the moment, because I've been listening everything that she said. And I took some little snippets of it. And I've got the memory of a goldfish, so I need my glasses. And Can you hear me? Because I'm really not good with microphones, with presenting, with anything. But I'm going to do my best because I know that you are all here for that collaboration, that change. It's so important that I really want to also be contributing to that. So you said we are all responsible for our transformation and what Africa will look like. Every single one of you. It's not going to come from the sky. We're all going to build it together. I also heard that to do it, we had to link exceptional minds across Africa to address the talent challenge. But when I look around, I see those exceptional minds. So let's link you all and let's make it happen. And I've got more to make you feel like you have to work and you have no choice but to participate. So you said that to be able to make it, we had to build bridges between one another first. So if you want to be a team, of course, you've got to know each other. So what I'd like us to do is we came here as individuals that came to a great event, a conference, listening to speakers, getting new ideas. But what I'd like us to do is to leave as a team, as a group of individuals who feel they can actually relate to each other, support each other, and be able to reach out to each other. So that's my challenge for today, and I'm not going to do this alone. I've got Nigel and Alex and Tunji there. We're all going to take you through some exercise. It's really kind of a workshop. You're actually going to have to do the work. I'm just here to look at you doing things and to recap, but you are doing the work. That's how I get away when I'm asked to speak. I just make sure it's others doing the work and not me. So, you ready for that? Are you up for it?
Yes. Come on, who's up for it?
I'm going to need a few more people up for it if we want to make this happen. And I'm paying the price. It's going to be a super lunch. There we go. Good. So for us to be able to do the work, and I see some people in some tables looking a bit lonely, I'd like us to gather as much as we can around tables. So if we can fill the rest of the tables, that would be great.
You're going to be working in teams, so we need people in sort of equal groups facing each other as teams. So, JP, find a team, please.
It works? It does. You have to
You're going to have to
get a bit of a change of...
Stand up and move.
You've got to turn it on. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, some people are going to have to move so that they can join a bigger group. We're going to have you working in broadly equal teams. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Is it too warm in here? Too cold? Okay, so if you're warm, you can take your jacket off, and if you're too cold, you're fine.
So just bear in mind what we're going to do is a bit different from everything that we've done yesterday or up to now. But there are techniques where we look at getting everyone working together, tapping into the common knowledge base. And all of that, we will go into very practical things. What we would like us all to get out of here with is, I know these people, I can reach out for very practical things, and I know what I'm going to do next with this. This is not a conference where we go out. Yesterday someone said, I'll get out of the conference, and then nothing happens. I go back to my day-to-day work until the following year. We're going to try and break that. Okay?
Everybody's scared, Shay, don't worry. But a couple of seats down here if we need more. Right, where's Kwesi? Issy?
Can I get some help?
We're going to put a flip chart sheet on every table. Daddy's coming. What do you want in the way of poster?
Give one to each table and distribute some colors. No, that's for later. Okay. So whilst all of this is being distributed, I'm just going to tell you what we're going to do. You're going to tap into your imagination. We've been talking about what we want to achieve. We know that we've got a vision for a different Africa, a different talent Africa, in finance, outside of finance. What we are going to do is going to have a much wider impact. What I would like you to do is on each table to have a bit of a discussion about what that vision looks like. We can't really achieve anything if we haven't put a word on it, if we don't know exactly what that is. So what I'd like you to do is to get into the mindset of thinking, what if we realized all of our talent ambitions? We've been talking about amazing collaboration. We've been talking about a future we would like to see. Imagine we have realized those talent ambitions. We are within a new talent landscape. It's collaboration, it's the skills that we need, the competencies that we need. We are there. And we've got some of our major challenges sorted. And what I would like you to do is to draw what that looks like. So you've got two options. Yesterday there was this amazing art tool. You know how much you can express through art. You could be very creative and do your own art today. You're going to draw a picture of that talent landscape, of that future that you are imagining. Or if you're a bit more into the words as well, we could have the first page of a newspaper. What would that newspaper tell us? Do us the headline of the newspaper. Very different. Those eyes looking at me going, oh my God, what am I doing here? Why? Okay. We are drawing our vision of what the right talent landscape look like. And then we're going to share that vision with others. But first, around the room, if I was to draw that vision, if I was to do a newspaper header that would tell the rest of the world the change we have made, the impact we have made, what would it be? What does that picture look like? Towards what are we working together? How are we going to know what to achieve if we don't know what the result looks like? Tell us what the result looks like. Drive that vision. Put it into a picture or put it into words and do a newspaper headline. You've got a group of people around you that have a personal vision. Find out what it is. Put it together and come up with the best art you can do. Any questions? You're going to love it once you start doing it. You'll see how the conversations will start flowing.
This is going to be, who was it who said there's leadership at every single level? Leadership at every level. So we need leaders around the tables to help make this happen, please. And the video is going to come around roaming, watching your work. You can start any time now.
I'll give you 20 minutes. 20 minutes to come up with the best art possible. And if you've got questions, just call me. I can see some tables that's starting drawing.
I want that one. There's a helpful reminder on the screen. That helps you refresh your memory what you're trying to achieve. A newspaper headline or some nice abstract thoughts.
Okay, you should get drawing now because it's only 10 minutes left. I've been asked for more markers, but you know, it's a VUCA world. We don't always have everything that we need. You're gonna have to do with what's there. You can share. Here's a great idea. If you've got spare ones, maybe you can give some to the others. Okay, 5 minutes and you are showing your art pieces to the rest of the room. Beautiful. Finish quickly, time is up, time is up. Quick, quick, quick. We already have one ready. You didn't want to start, and now I can't stop you.
you done?
Yes, we're done.
May I have you?
Okay, I need to collect the pieces of art now, and then you can always finish it when talking.
I now have the third completed chart. Four down, two to go.
Hey guys, big news! Coke is giving out over 250 million naira in cash.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. I've gone from thinking nobody's gonna want to do this to, oh my God, how do I stop them? Oh my God. Great. So, what I'd like you to do is obviously to share the vision that you've had in your group, and it was great to see you chat and collaborate. It was really good. Loads of things came out. So, somebody's waving at me. Yes. Oh, it wasn't me. Okay. Good.
Team
So-
one is here.
Oh, there we go. I'll get out of the way.
Round of applause for Tendai, Team one.
Don't vote me for president. I'm not a good politician. Because politicians, I'm told they have got certain traits. And the traits is one of them is to play with the truth. I don't say they lie, but they play with the truth in a certain way. And they can keep on guessing what will happen in the next 5 years, in the next 5 years. And I'm told when their last term comes, they always ask for exceptions and say, can we change the rules a little bit? But anyway, today we are not talking about that. We are talking about, oh, this one is not ours. Yeah, I can be able to read it. It's surprising that we are not doing actually it in AI with avatars, with a lot of other illustrations. But what we decided to call this is to call it Talent Unleashed as our head. I think we are capturing from what we discussed yesterday. We said Africa has got a young and vibrant population. And that young, vibrant population need to be unleashed. And when we unleash them, all the other things that we talk of, great organization, Amphi with an impact, financial institutions with great architecture, all of them will come into interplay. So what are the enablers of such talent unleashing? We looked at free movement of labor. We are looking at having a conversation where ECOWAS, all the RECs, whether it's SADC, whether it's COMESA, whether it's West Africa version of ECOWAS, all this will be able to enable free movement of labor. I liked when they were talking about ACME, the issues of talent of medical doctors that are in Europe, but that are not coming home. We have, I think, the similar in terms of the universities, in terms of financial institutions, whether it's JP Morgan or whether it's any of the big banks in Europe, where we can tell them to come back home and we unleash that talent into the African environment, and it makes a different position. Then we also talked of shared resources. We were wondering, we have behavioral specialists that are dedicated to one institution, and yet we have got similar institutions that require that resource. Why not collaborate? Why not share? I think yesterday we spoke about collaboration. So that's one of the areas where, through behavioral intervention, we are able to unleash the same talent. Remember, the platform for the workforce in Africa has greatly changed. The baby boomers, like the rest of the world, are slightly, or on a bigger scale, moving out of the labor force. So how do we come out with intervention where we make sure that our normal bail distribution curve has got people that will fill into those shoes for those positions? I think I was celebrating one of my colleague, Charles, when he was telling me, the next person sitting to me, remember I recruited him, I even groomed him. And I say, that's the Africa we want. We unleash challenge. Then what is the other enabler? How do we work with AI? I think AI in most cases can be challenging. If you are not careful, it can be challenging. It can be the flip side of business. It can enable you, I think those that have tried to use AI in minute writing, sometimes because of our accents in different parts of Africa, where you say yes, it hears you as if you are saying a name, and it goes on giving those names. So we have got to be strategic about how you deploy AI, whether it's in analytics, whether it's in normal work processes, but it's going to be an enabler. We can't avoid it as HR practitioners. We've got to embrace it either in recruitment or either in training. AI is going to be a game changer. So these are some of the issues that we dealt with. We said we don't want to overload people. We are looking at things that in 2030 that can make difference in the spirit and also in the financial institutions in terms of talent. Because eventually what we want to move as most organizations is even to move from the term talent and move to the term people. Because remember, talent assumes it's a unique deployment of certain skill set and certain competence. But we would want it to go into a better and more deeper relationship with this talent, and we'll call it Talent Unleashed, and we'll replace it with people. So those are my presentation. But let's go to the flip side and say, if this doesn't happen, what will happen? We have a talent crisis. So this is what will happen. It will be a blank page where organizations don't have the workforce, they don't celebrate diversity, they don't celebrate the talent movement. So in a brief, this is the flip side, and thank you.
Right, who was second?
Next one. There's no order. It's not order of finishing. It's whatever has come.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is? Okay.
This is in the order they were finished. Yeah. Who's presenting this one?
Nora. Welcome.
Too short. Okay, so that is the head news from BBC Africa. Yesterday we've talked about what are the challenges we have, what do we want, what do we wish for, and what are the external factors that are affecting our jobs. So it's the digital transformation. What we wish for is a talent without border. Everyone can go anywhere and work anywhere, and we share our talents together. And a real-time skill. The real-time skill, and every organization should know the skills set that they have for their own people, what they're missing, what do they need, and what do they develop in their own people. So the news about us is digital skills accelerate in real time. Talent without borders takes center stage. The borders, talent, digital skills unite, where here are the people. People with computer heads, laptop heads, tablet heads. These are the things that is connecting us, and the clock, of course, is the real time. We go to the collaboration. All this is shared within Africa only, here. See Africa? We have an artist in our group. So it's the teamwork, the productivity, because we want, at the end, we want performance and productivity. This is our goal. Meanwhile, we do it with inclusion, people commitment, agility, empowerment for our own people and our own HR people, the flexibility, employee well-being, knowledge sharing, portability, yeah? And what else? What else? That's it. Huh? The robots. We are the robots. We transform to be the robots and we're the engine for any organization. We're the one who drive everything. So here we go. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Okay. Hello, everyone. We're called the Can I get everyone's attention up on the stage? Because I'm speaking. This is called the Rebet 2026. It's called the Rebet 2026. And here we have, obviously, we have to attract, we have to grow, and we retain, renew, and thrive. Because where there is a very healthy environment, that's where you can thrive, right? We wouldn't have that whole toxicity thing in this company because we've come with the place where we have to attract, grow, retain, renew, and thrive. Because in a thriving environment, you have excellence, you have effectiveness, and you have retention. So here is Africa, and obviously Africa is a tree, and we are rooted in what we believe, our culture, our integration and all. And this was done by everybody here, from Miss Chinwe to Mr. Tio to Olu to Patrick and to
Munir.
So he's going to take on all of the stuff.
So basically, we looked at how the organization should be if everything is working well. And we tagged it Rebirth 2026. What is Rebirth 2026? We have retention and relationship building. We have been able to retain our talents. Our talents are no longer jackpotting. We are able to keep them. And we are also able to retain our customers. So we have more customers, we have more clients, we are covering the whole ecosystem of our business. Expansion and experience. We are expanding across Africa. We are all over Africa. Our business is doing well, so we're expanding across Africa, and our people are gaining experience. Then we go to business profitability. With all of this happening, we are also increasing our profits across all our expanded areas in Africa. We also speak about internal growth. The challenge with a lot of organizations is that they experience high rate of turnover, but we have been able to ensure that our people are retained and they are growing across the ranks within the organization. We also speak to readiness for succession. The major challenge we see in most organizations is that after a short period of time, you see the organization is struggling. Why are they struggling? Because there's been a resignation in leadership, and there is nobody to take over the leadership position within the organization. So when everything is excellent, when everything is good, we have people in pipeline that can take over leadership position. Then we talk about talent attraction. These days, the conversation has completely different, has completely changed. It's no longer what it used to be before. Talents will look at the organization and ask so many questions. Most of the questions asked are questions around culture, flexibility. So we have good flexi work system, we have hybrid work system, and we are able to attract the best talent across regions in Africa. Then finally, holistic performance. When you have all of this in place, expansion, retention, you have business profitability, you have internal growth, you have good succession plan, and you have talent attraction, you are going to experience holistic performance. Your bottom line is expanding, you have well-engaged employees, you have employees who have very high INPS score, you have employees who are going to recommend you to other organizations or other employees, and you have all-round success all through. Thank you very much, everyone.
Good day, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Cynthia Ario. I'm the spokesperson for Africa Talent Watch. That's our newspaper. And I represent the board of Africa Talent Watch. And the board is made up of Stanley, Constantine, Sunday, Kehinde Dolapo, Ijefulu, So Stanley is our editor-in-chief. Great. All right, so this is volume 001 of our newspaper, and this is the headline for today. And the headline is Africa, the hub for global talent. So this is what we figured it would look like. So based on all the discussions we've had so far, collaboration has been central because we realize there's so much happening across the continent. Different institutions, different regions within the continent are doing different things. So we need to synergize. For us, the key word is collaboration. But we are collaborating around our buzzwords, all the buzzwords that we have heard within the period, the entire session. So leadership is definitely key because without the right leaders, we're not able to implement and strategize and put in place the necessary strategies to achieve the outcomes that we want. Talent is extremely key, so we're focusing as a continent on how to develop and improve our talents, our skills for our teaming young people. Financing is extremely key because for the structures that we need to put in place, finance has a lot of role to play in it, and that is where our DFIs sit. So the intention is to collaborate heavily with DFIs, private sector, public sector, collaborating with DFIs to ensure that the right funding is channeled to the right aspects of our talent development activities. Technology, extremely key. That is where AI sits. I hear a lot of our colleagues speak about AI. For us, AI is beyond... AI is more than, technology is more than just AI. Technology is broader. So we're looking at technology as a whole. AI sits within that. So how to leverage technology, because without technology, we can't scale in the manner that we want to scale as a continent. Culture, extremely important because as a continent, culture, we're deeply rooted in our culture. And as we realize from the map that is here, there are various aspects of the continent, and every region of the continent has its own culture. So we want to be able to scale our talent by taking cognizance of the culture for each of the regions and making sure that we are synergizing but still ensuring that our people, the culture of the various regions is protected and preserved. Collaboration, I skipped that because collaboration is central. Performance, extremely key because once we train our talent, we provide the right training, set up the academies, and provide the tools, the technology, and skills, eventually get the skills that we want. We want to be able to measure the output, the productivity that these talents are churning out. So that's where performance comes in. Productivity, I just mentioned. Without productivity, there's really no use for the talents that we are seeking to train. So this, in a nutshell, is us. Stanley, do you have any comments? Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Well done, Stanley. Round of applause for Stanley.
And you thought you had nothing to say to start with. You're like, oh my God. And look at you, I can't stop you now. Who's this? Ah. A distinguished group. A round of applause.
Thank you. My name is Sadetu. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's been a great time here. My name is Sadetu Farouk. I'm representing the group of 8 people, where we have Temitope, Courage, Ambrose, Charles, Mustafa, Mubarak, and myself. So we're speaking to, okay, sorry. Okay, so we're actually doing a press conference, so I would expect that all eyes are on me, and all the cameras are pointing at me as well. So the theme of our conference is Africa's Future True People. So all through yesterday and today we've been talking about collaboration, talent, retention, attraction, talent mobility across the region and all of that. So we just thought that this may be very apt, speaking to all that we've been speaking since yesterday. And we said, what's talent like? So for us, talent is not static. Talent is quite very, very mobile across all regions in the world. Even though our focus and our central attention is on Africa, we actually understand and come to the understanding that talent is not static in the world of today. Then we looked at what are actually the challenges, with the talent within the region. And we're looking at the brain drain, the skill gap issue, the immediate investment in research. Our research within Africa may not be so competitive around the world for development purpose. Then we're saying what is our big vision, which is actually the solutions or the next steps to how we get to integrate talent within the region. Now we're saying talent mobility, which is we're looking at the free entry and exit. Someone was sharing with us how some people couldn't come from South Africa to attend this program, and quite a number of us also have experienced that challenge, with entry and exit within the region. Even traveling from here to just Kenya, it looks direct, but sometimes again you have to go roundabout to get to Kenya or go roundabout to get to Ghana. We don't have visa challenge with that, but traveling is not very easy within us. Then we talked about how the revamping of the educational system. Yesterday, someone was almost crying out her heart here, particularly for what is going to be happening to WAEC, how it's been disintegrated, so to say. So that is even the building block. If you don't get it right from that very foundation, then there's a big problem. Also, we witnessed when someone spoke to the fact that you see very fantastic CVs and people are unable to defend what they put down. It's all part of how to build the talent. So we talked about how to harness the young demography within the world today. You will agree with me. I don't know what informs that. Maybe because we have babies a lot. Africans have lots of babies. Our demography is very, very young. Majority of the young people within Africa are the workforce of tomorrow, today, and tomorrow. Even though we're talking about AI actually is not going to take our jobs because AI does not have love and does not have compassion or empathy or accountability. Someone just said here now that the robots are us because you feed in what the AI gives back to you. So we talked about, very importantly, culture variability and mindset change. Mindset and culture is one of our biggest undo, and it ties quite a lot of the talents down. We're actually also looking at the positive side, where our African youth are out there. They bring a lot of skills back into the country as well. When we're having conversation this morning, some doctors were headhunted from different parts of the world, to come and manage the Medical Excellence Center. So these are the things we looked at so far. We're hoping that the press will take it as it's spoken. Where are my team members? The distinguished. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Let's go. Who's coming to tell us? Yeah, a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Ours is going to be very short and painless, trust me. Okay, so our topic is strategies for unlocking talent potentials in Africa. And our vision is inspired mostly by the buzzwords we've heard between yesterday and today. Okay, so we're going to speak to that. First of all, we're talking about collaboration. And we all agree that there's so many ways in which we can collaborate. And so we decided to zoom in on collaborating around learning. And you all remember that yesterday we spoke about the fact that there's so many companies, building academies. Some are about to start, some already have. So we have academies all around. So we're thinking about collaborating around that and then getting a uniform platform powered by Amphi. And so we listed some of the academies that we know. Unfortunately, we don't know the names of some of the academies in the DFIs. And so we use some of the academies in the banks just to depict what we are trying to show. So Africa this year, we know Access Bank has an academy. There's Leadway Academy, we hope there is. It's just a pictorial depiction. And then also Wema Bank Academy. And so what we're saying is that, let's say all these boxes are DFIs. So we hope that Amphi would be a platform for, collaborating so that we have a common academy that can service the financial industry. We also spoke about performance reengineering, which is something we have heard about today. And now we have crossed out performance management. Today we've learned that performance management is no longer whatever it is. So we've crossed it out. In that place, we're talking about performance reengineering, agile performance indicators in line with the business's objectives. We're talking about persistent check-ins. You don't have to wait till end of a certain period to check how people are performing, but consistently checking in, feedbacking, and all of that. So that's what and then a holistic approach to performance management. So that's what we focused on the second area. Another area we looked at is culture. And the fact that we have to ensure that, or in the future, we're envisioning that, we would have value-led culture. Gen Zs, Gen Alphas, we have to ensure that we are instilling in them, or we are collaborating with them to ensure that, their values. Sometimes, depending on where they're coming from, values may not be something that has been instilled in them, but we are hoping that in the organization, we'll be able to instill these things. And then also we're hoping or envisioning that in the future we're going to have non-toxic work environments, and then also so like I said, ours is going to be very quick and painless, so I'll end it here. Thank you very much.
What amazing shared visions, and so inspiring. Thank you very much for doing this. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did.
Let's blame, I don't know which one of us that was, but let's blame Nigel. Things this. Okay. It turns out you're pretty good, eh? Okay. So let's do that. We have a very timely intervention. You okay? No, that's another notebook. A notebook hunt. We have a timely intervention, so thank you so much for the rundown of a series of academies. If we were playing conference bingo, which I like to mentally play every time we gather, I think the theme of the 2 days, maybe the top theme, digital academies, by number of mentions. And Africa has come up multiple times. And we had the inspiration, I didn't have it, but inspiration struck someone, and I was told to say this. JP from Afreximbank, come on down. You can clap him all the way up again, that'd be magic. He is deeply involved with AfriCAD and is able to share a little bit about it, a very professionally produced video, all with the aim of fostering collaboration, right? You come on up, JP. You come up and we'll get your microphone stuff. But it's all about, you're about to go to lunch, so I'll tell you about that once we've heard from that. I don't touch that, that explodes. Once we've heard from JP, this is an opportunity at lunch. If you're wanting to collaborate around digital academies, if you've got one, if you want to share it, if you want to add to it, this is the man to see with your lunch. So, JP, please tell us more.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everyone. I won't be boring as well, I promise. But I just want to, to take the opportunity. I've heard a lot of people talking to me, and they're like, how can we get access to the Afreximbank Academy platform, etc. So, before even I start, I just want to give a bit of background. One, we are a trade. We are an organization that is promoting trade across the continent. That's our main mandate. There are two ways to do it. One is by financing trade activities across the continent or any other trade-related projects. But the other way as well is around building capacity of our people on the continent in understanding on how to do international trade. And I think that's how the Afreximbank Academy falls into that, bucket. especially. So Afreximbank 32 years ago, was created, and along the way, I think 15 years ago, we started having different capacity building programs, and I think the most, the one that most people know is the Structured Trade Finance Seminar that we run on an annual basis, which was conducted this year, I think last week in Abidjan. And as we speak today, we have the Compliance Forum that is going on also in Kigali today and tomorrow. Now, so those are the programs, and over time, till 2020, we just realized that we had a lot of capacity building programs that were being developed by different functions, across the bank. And we told ourselves, why not bring all those capacity building programs together under one umbrella, which will be called Afreximbank Academy. We just have also learning design experts who can help us to properly design that content into a proper learning programs, and also, do what we are supposed to do in terms of capacitating our people in understanding, how we do trade. So that's how the academy started in 2020. We worked with Deloitte Alchemy to help us put together the concept, the business plan, etc. And we officially launched the Afreximbank Academy, AfraCAD in short, in 2022 in Kampala. Now, so I would say that we've been busy really trying to put the platform in place, which was fully implemented around 2024. And since last year, we've been trying to make sure that we can build content that is relevant to whatever we do in our various organizations that can help, us to promote trade on the continent. So, having said that, there'll be a video that will be summarizing what I just said, but I just wanted to take this opportunity to let you know that, Afreximbank wants to partner. Over the last 2 days, I've been hearing everyone, either they are starting an academy or they have an academy, want to partner with you. Your expertise is very important. I saw people from TDB here. We are in the same space of trade finance. We have people from Africa Re that you're working with when it comes to credit insurance. We need that expertise. We need to be able to really, make sure that we can share that experience, with on the continent. Few examples of programs that we've run with different partners. One is the Certificate of Trade Finance in Africa. We call it the COTFIA program, which we are running in collaboration with the Factoring Chain International, FCI, and the American University in Cairo. So it has been very successful. Last month, we received a global award as one of the most impactful program around trade finance, that has made an impact across the continent, So, which is a good thing. We started gaining recognition. That's one. But we have different programs around the AFCFTA. We are working with the AFCFTA Secretariat, the AU, again, the American University, to develop some e-learning content, even some workshops. I think those who were here in the AGM in June, there were some workshops that were running around, some capacity building programs around the AFCFTA. Now, the programs that we are running, they are not only physical. We are now focusing on a blended learning platform. So we also have an e-learning platform, and that's where I think we need your help to build that content. But in the meantime, we also started running what we call the Afreximbank Academy Trade Voices webinars. And they are running, I think we have 2 or 3 running every month. And I think Friday, I'll share with Alex, there's a webinar that is running on the AFCFTA topic on Friday. It's normally 90 minutes. So we partner with people like you who've got expertise in those areas to come, join us on that panel and talk to the public, about, what is happening in that space, what are people supposed to know. I know like people from ZEPRI, we are working with them and the Africa Re on what we call the Afreximbank Transit Guarantee scheme that we've put in place. I'm sure not so many people understand what it is, but those are the kind of knowledge and experiences that we need to share, which are within our expertise. So target today we gave ourselves a target to train at least 10,000 people per month and train 100,000 people in the next 10 years. So at year 2, we're at about 25,000 as we speak. So we train on average 12,000 people, but we need more content so that we can make more impact about the continent. So if you want really to partner with us, you can get in touch with us. And one way which we'll see in the video on how to access the Afreximbank Academy platform, you go to www.afracad.com. You just register like you're registering in any other platform, and once you register, you get access to all the content that is there. And you'll find that, most of the past webinars that we've run in the past, or some of the courses that we've uploaded, they're accessible for the moment for free. Most of them, by the way. So you can be able to access our learning content and also contact us through us. But you feel free. I think Alex will share our contacts. So please feel free to share my contacts to connect with anyone who may be interested. So thank you very much. We look forward to partnering with you. Feel free to contact me directly or Theo or anyone in the team here present, so that we can be able together to build the knowledge and expertise and also forge that, kind of partnership that we are looking forward to advance our continent. So I invite you to see the video. It's about 2-3 minutes that gives you a bit of, overview of who is Afreximbank Academy, Afracad. Thank you.
The Baobab, tree of knowledge, tree of life, symbolic of Africa's richness of wisdom through the ages, spreading roots across the continent. A timeless foundation to anchor, enrich, and inspire each generation. And the inspiration for the Afreximbank Academy, Africad, the Africa Trade Knowledge Hub. Established to advance African talent across our stakeholder groups, including corporates and SMEs, sovereigns and parastatals, financial and educational institutions, and Afreximbank staff. Africad strives to build the capacity of Africa and Africans in all trade-related matters, enhance knowledge and skills in trade finance across the continent, create a center of excellence to facilitate knowledge transfer, best practice, research, collaboration, better connection among the bank's internal and external stakeholders, and improve stakeholders' ability to support the bank's mandate of transforming Africa's trade. Ultimately, Africad is the go-to hub for Afrocentric trade knowledge, helping to unlock trade development opportunities across the continent. The Academy provides high-impact learning solutions in trade and project finance, industrial capacity, innovation, professional development and leadership, trade language, and knowledge and networking, helping to rapidly digitize the future of Africa and improve the trade environment by promoting knowledge of trade and commodity finance, risk-based financing, robust and transparent product standards, access to financing, sustainable business practices, and by embracing cultural and language differences, expanding the knowledge of trade agency professionals, as well as automating, digitizing, and instigating innovation. Learning is delivered using the hybrid approach, combining physical locations and digital channels to maximum effect for a fully immersive Africad learning experience. Discover how you can start leveraging the Afreximbank Academy today at www.africad.com. Afreximbank Academy, the Africa Trade Knowledge Hub.
Thank you, JP. I think that's going to be quite important given what we've been talking about. Right, lunch is upon us. So we're going to move upstairs in just a moment. Your continued presence and stickability with getting this work done is deeply impressive. We've done this all over the continent. Persistence and stamina and all those things wanes over 2 days. So we're now in what we would describe as the danger zone. Post-lunch dropouts. You'll be tempted, but you will also be dead to me. So I must have you back after lunch so that we can complete. What's coming up? What's your motivation to return? Well, let me tell you. The second half of this workshop. So we've established our vision. With Scheherazade at the helm, the next thing we're going to do is understand what gifts are in the room, and what you're prepared to give and what you might receive, whether it's mentorship, coffees to collaborate, skills, access to AfriCAD, all those things. We're going to unpack what you have to give and what you stand to gain. So a great time to make the connections that you're going to take away and do stuff. I want to see meetings in diaries by the end of this with people that are going to take stuff on. That's one motivation. Motivation two, the survivor's photo will be happening right at the end. And if you don't get in it, very sad for you. So we need to make sure you're here for that. And finally, bear in mind this session will be closing around about 3:30, 3:45. So you beat the traffic anyway. You're already getting a short day. You don't need to sneak away. So let's make sure we see you all after lunch. Lunch is upstairs, and we're going to be returning to this room to kick off at 2, which means come down at 10 to 2. And you've been a pleasure, and we'll see you this afternoon. Thank you. All right. Everybody sat down. We don't even need gentle background chuntering to move them into their seats. They're either back and perfectly behaved or somewhere mysterious. We'll get cracking in a second. My inside person in the restaurant is feeding me news of how many of you remain up there. So we will begin. I don't want to catch anyone on the stairs. As the housekeeping that comes next, I shall not be repeating. We try and do it all in one go. So enjoy your phones for a minute. Why are you following me around? Try to leave the shop. Follow me around. Are we gonna ush or are we just gonna push? Yeah, give it a go. Relax. It's a relaxed afternoon. It remains here. For anybody who wants to know when we're going to begin, we'll begin as soon as my colleague Nigel walks through that door. When you see a Nigel, it's go time. So eyes peeled, give us a shout when you spot a Nigel, and we will begin. If anybody else is called Nigel and we spot you, still works, we'll begin. Any Nigel, doesn't matter which one. If you see a Nigel, we are starting. Anybody got Nigel as a middle name? I will accept people with the middle name Nigel. Is there anyone from Niger? I will accept anyone from Niger, and we will begin. Looks like we're going to be waiting. Is there anybody who's prepared to go through the legal process to change their name to Nigel? I am prepared to pay £20 sterling for anyone who will change their name to Nigel, so we can begin. £25. £27.50. £29 and the contents of the lost property box. Okay, I think we're getting there. Here are the contents of the lost property box. Let's see if we can tempt you. The lost property box contains, there's a notepad in there and a yellow pen. This is actually the lost property list. So if you've lost any of these things, go and see the hotel. They'll require proof of ownership. How you're going to do that for a yellow pen is beyond me, but some proof of ownership is required and you can get these items back. There's a glasses case. Someone's lost a glasses case, that's there. We talked about the notebook and the yellow pen. There's a contact card. What's a contact card? If you know what a contact card is, I don't think it's the same as a business card. Huh? Is a card, like a business card? Oh, that's us. All right, sorry. Almost all of this list is stuff that we left around after sessions, so it's irrelevant. There's a notepad, a pen, and a glasses case in Lost and Found. So if any of those are yours, do go and get them. I think you're all here. I no longer feel compelled to wait for Nigel, so we are going to switch to abandoning Nigel and begin without him. Let's commence. So if we close the doors. Are we keeping the back? Do we keep the background music? Does it stop? I don't know. It's fine if it stays. I just want us to be consistent. Oh, it goes. Great. Had a whole thing about welcoming you back on time. So that's gone. This afternoon, I should check actually. There is some useful stuff on this. It's the second part of the collaboration session. So, in this morning, there is a Nigel, we have begun. The second part of the collaboration session is about the giving of your gifts to each other. You can give the gift of mentorship, you can give the gift of a platform that someone can tap into, you can give the gift of an idea, you can share your time, you can share it now, you can share it next week. All things are possible. You can build a partnership agreement formally between your organizations. All things are possible and will be taken further in the next hour. The flip charts are back. Post-its are here. So it's another one to get up and get doing stuff. We realize this may be a challenge. You've just eaten lunch. You're tired. So we're going to begin with something energizing. So roughly to the stage-ish, let's welcome Scheherazade to run the session and Tunji, who's going to do your warm-up activity, both from GCC. Let's welcome them up. And welcome them in style, because that's rubbish. That is really poor. As an indication that you are with us and you are here and you're energized and you're prepared to play, let's see the warmest round of applause to get them onto the stage.
Thank you, everyone. If I could just have my laptop on the screen. Okay, yeah. So finally, my moment of fame. When you're about to be called, it's better to walk straight back to the end of the room and then you take a slow walk back so people can expect you to be here. Anyway, I would say good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for that resounding reply. It's been, for me, an amazing 1.5 days. 1.5 days of thought-provoking conversations, and we also went further in gaining some useful insights on what's possible for African talent. It's particularly exciting for me because of the caliber of people in the room, that I had the opportunity of tapping into their wealth of experience, whether through the panel conversations or the one-on-one catch-ups that we've done. And it's been really, really brilliant for me. I hope it's the same thing for you. We all know having a conversation after lunch is one of the most daunting tasks. I don't know about you, it's usually very difficult. So I have this very simple task of keeping the staying power in the room. And to do that task, I'll try and do something simple. We'll try and play a game. Hopefully, you would all participate in this. I know we've talked a bit about technology in our presentation, so it's about time to test how technology savvy you guys are in the room. So, we're going to be playing a game of Kahoot. By show of hand, has anybody played Kahoot in this room? Yeah, everybody, which is brilliant. I heard everybody. Even for those that didn't see anything, it's still everybody. Yeah. Okay, so look, this game is going to be digital. The game is going to be digital. And in the spirit of collaboration, we've been speaking about that all day long. We're not going to be doing it individually. So we're going to be doing it by table, right? Does that work? We'll do it by table. So what I'm going to need is, in each table, you're going to act as a group, and someone in each table is going to volunteer their device to register so that you can then play the game through that device. Does that work? Yeah. So you might be looking at your neighbor now to see, are you going to volunteer your device? Yeah.
Give your table a great name. We want great names for the tables.
Yeah. It's all about speed and dexterity. It's fastest fingers first. It's not just knowing the answer. It's knowing the answer and answering quickest, right? And I'm going to be a bit cheeky here. I'm going to be a bit cheeky here by saying, regardless of what you think, right? Whatever I say the right answer is the right answer. Okay? So let's agree on that. So, unfortunately, the mic is off, so I can't hear you much. Yeah. All right. So let me just run you through it. What we're going to do is I'm going to show you a QR code in a few minutes. Not this one. You're going to scan the QR code, and on your phone device, you're going to see something similar to this. What you just need to do is to type in your group name or whatever you want to call your table. Right? Remember, we're doing it by table, so your group is your table. Yeah. Okay, next thing you're going to then see is a question. And when that question comes up, you would see some colors and some shapes. So tap in which shape aligns with the question. That's just to give you kind of a pep walkthrough, okay?
It's not the code yet, eh? It's coming.
So I'm going to show you the code in a moment, I said. There we go. So please scan and log in by table. You need to scan one device per table, please. One device per table. Agree on the device that you want to use. Okay, are we ready? None yet? No one yet? Okay, 2 people on. Three groups on.
Rebirth and TNT.
Yeah. I wonder who that is, but it's okay.
I suspect.
If that wins, then we're going to nullify it, yeah? So watch out.
We got 2 teams so far. What was this thing about digital innovation?
So anybody having an issue, any table having an issue logging in?
Come closer. Try and come closer.
So, is there any iPhone on that table? Is there any iPhone on that table? No. Okay, the other option,
if you're having a challenge, which I was, if you just pop kahoot.it and then you'll get a prompt to enter the big pin, put that in, and you'll beat the rest.
The other option is go to www.
Talent, you leashed.
Yeah. All right, waiting for a couple more tables.
The champs are here.
If you, yeah, one more and then we go.
No, wait.
Ready? Huh? Again, let's repeat. If you're scanning and it's not showing on your phone, please go to your browser, type in www.kahoot.it, and then it's going to ask you for game pin. You type in the game pin, yeah?
3802510.
Yeah.
The
All right.
spiders are in.
So is there any table that is not in yet? Yes, please.
Yeah.
Any table that's not in yet? What table? One, okay.
The
We good to go?
distinguished.
Go. We're good? Everyone's in? So collaboration, you need to be quick. All right, so we start. Each question is about 45 seconds to answer. So go back in if it's out. All right, you're in? And then we go. All right, so this is the first question coming up. Let's see. Woohoo! What and? So, first question. Ranking from highest to lowest, which of these continents has the youngest workforce? Two answers in. You've got 33 seconds.
Time is limited.
Three answers in. Two more to go. Time is going to run out quickly. And we're done. So, let's see how that looks like. So distinguished is on top. Okay, hold on. There are a few more questions. Few more questions. What is the estimated population of Africans in global diaspora? Take a guess. 70 million, 100 million, 170 million, or 117 million? Three more tables to go. A few more to go. It's always fastest fingers first. Counting down. And let's see. So it's 170 million, yeah? That gives you an idea. That gives you an idea of the huge talent base that we could have access to in the diaspora, right? All right, next one. Champs are on top. Let's see if they can retain it. Which of these is not a true attribute about Amphi? We've heard a lot about Amphi for the past 1.5 days, and we heard so much more at the session this morning. Let's see. So, obviously the answer is
everyone's got it right.
The nickname is actually
Nearly.
Africa Club, right? Not Snob. And the champs are still on top. So somebody says theirs is not reflecting. So the good response to that is we can't see the bottom of the table yet. and just a disclaimer, Tunji's iPhone is not my iPhone, yeah? All right, so the last question, let's see who gets this one. This is the best question of all. Which of these sessions in this event do you find most interesting? There's always the correct answer, remember? There's always one. You may have to deliberate more on this one. Are you feeling confident? You sure? Wait a few seconds more. So, which one do you think? I was half awake most of the time. So says me, right? So that's the right answer. Anyway, speaking of being awake, the whole essence of this is just to prompt our minds onto how the session has been, and more importantly, to encourage that we try not to stay asleep during the last part of the session. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to now show you who the winner is. And the winner is, that's number 3. Spiders number 2. And wait for it, Charms number 1. Well done, well done. Thank you very much.
You're wide awake now. Thank you, Tunji. Good. And any complaints about the stuff not working? Him. He did say at the start, according to him, what the right answer is. Did give you a clue. Good. So what we are going to do now is to go very practical. We really would like you to leave at the end of today thinking, I now know these people, I know who I can reach out to, I know where to find some solutions to my problems, we're going to collaborate for real, we're going to work together, there are things that we can share. So we're going to go super practical, but that means we're also going to really try and have a web of support. We're going to try and build that together. We stole this from the corridor. There is a missing one now by the lifts. It's here, so let's make good use of it. What I would like you to do is we're going to give you some post-it notes, and I just would like you to really try and think about the things that you can bring to the table. Earlier, we had JP come up and offer the academy, the access. You must register, you must go and have a look. This is really great IP, great data, something that's out there for everyone to use. So that's something he could say, I am offering to the rest of the people here. And I'm sure you have things to offer as well, whether it's time, whether it's competencies, whether it's systems you could share, knowledge, maybe someone has got an issue. I heard a lot about immigration earlier. Maybe someone knows someone, has access to some information that could be useful. So these are gifts you can give to others, and on those post-it notes, I'd like you to put the gifts you're going to offer to other people. Say something you can share with others. You'll put that in the middle of the post-it note, and what would be useful would also be that on top left or top right, whatever is easier for you, just put the region it applies to. Because then we can really position that web of support on the map. So say you really can help with getting visas for Francophone Africa, you just put that there. We've got the access, we know who it is. If it's Pan-African, you put it as well, and we'll just put it in the middle. And on the other hand, what I'd like you to do as well is probably you have your pain points. So what are the things you're struggling with today? Because we're not going to reinvent the wheel. The stuff you're coming across, for sure, somebody in this room has come across it as well. So maybe instead of going looking for the solution, somebody has got it for you. So if you say it out loud, if you share those pain points, someone will see it and go, do you know what? I can help with this. And that's what we're trying to do today. So step one is doing that, expressing all of those gifts we can give to others and some of our pain points. We'll put them on there. And then the second part, we can look at, okay, what can we do to stay connected and to actually really be able to start collaborating and solving some of our issues. So, you know, earlier I heard Alex say, you're not leaving this room without having 1 or 2 meetings booked in your diary. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's creating a WhatsApp group out of the people here. Maybe it's something. But let's get down to earth and start collaborating and start really working together and supporting each other. So, up for it? Yes, we will. Good. So you can use any color for the gifts, but I would say only put your pain points on the green ones so that we know straight away somebody needs help and I can go and help with that. So on the table, 1 green for each table and then any color for the rest. You've got all the greens, so you can just put 1 on each table and then doesn't matter. You can just put a pack of anything. You're going to need maybe 2. Okay, so take a few minutes to think about all the stuff you can offer. And I know it's more than what you can think initially, so maybe talk about it as well on the table. You know, try and think of all those gifts you could give to others. Is it a system? Is it some specialist knowledge? Maybe it's not you personally, but it's your organization. It's something wider. Knowledge sharing, we talked about that, some great programs that you could share, some support, whatever it is that you feel could help this group of people here. And then as you're writing those things, we'll come and position them on there. So don't forget to put the region it applies to, okay?
So every table needs 1 green and 1 other color.
Do you have any questions or anything I didn't say clearly?
If you don't have a green and another color, please raise your hand. We need another color of, have you got a green, Nora? Yeah. You have both? You have a green and a color? Yep.
And you can write as many as you want, obviously. It's not just 1 per person.
So Shay, just to remind the color code, the green.
Green for pain points.
Any color for everything else. So green for pain, any color for anything else. Not really, no, just the issue, if it relates
Someone
to
is asking,
geography.
should I add my name? If you want to, so you can be identified for it, of course put it down. It's up to you.
Green is pain, any color for anything else. You've got a green, yeah. Yeah, perfect, well done. So you've got green for pain and any other color. Don't forget to write the geography somewhere on the post-it note.
When you've written some, you can put them in the middle of the table and we'll start collecting them and putting them on the map. Tanji thinks it's really important you write your name on there. So put your name on there so we know who you are and we can come with the help. If it's stopping you from writing it, don't. go anonymous, but otherwise put your name.
So if you've got any already written, if you put them in the middle, we'll collect them. You're going to need this, so I don't want you to rip this. Have you got geography for that? Oh, can you? Just put it at the top on its own, yeah.
Took mine from me.
Put your what?
Okay. The ushers. She took mine.
Post it then.
The post-it.
Yeah, we're just collecting them as we go rather than waiting until the end.
Okay, I'll check with you guys.
All
If
right.
you're bored, let me know.
That's
If you're tired of
fine.
staying in the hotel, let me know. I'll come pick you. I'm coming.
You finished that, Constantine?
If you want.
Is that part of the same one?
Yeah, I just want to write on the other side.
Okay, can I take this one?
Yeah.
What, can you write a geography here? Country or a region? Just put it on the end there somewhere. Thank you.
I've experienced a new pain point is that this map is minimally adhesive. It's going to be all over the place.
It's a very small point, but if when you write the geography you could put that bit in capitals, it'll make us a lot easier for us to see it quickly. Any more? Can I take this one? Done? Give me a geography.
Remember to put the region so we know what you're offering where,
Just a country or a region?
so that they don't jump on you if you're talking about something in Kenya only and they want it for
Pain
Côte
point is
d'Ivoire.
green. What you want to give or is pink. Or any colour. Just make sure green is pain point.
They don't stick?
Can you put a
Oh, nice.
location? This will challenge you, Alex. That one's closed.
So before we leave later, you'll come and have a look at that. I mean, we will obviously send you everything as well, but it'd be good to come and have a look and see all the good stuff you can get. There's loads of color coming, loads of gifts.
From region. Nigeria and West. They got no region. We're getting a few back without a geography, a country or a region. Please don't forget to put that. Thank you. one? Who wrote this one?
Hello, everyone. Don't forget to put your region if you're writing your notes, because if you don't put any region, we're just going to put it in Central African Republic.
Whoa. It's snowing. It's snowing paper. It's raining paper. So also between the 3 or 4 of us, it would be quicker and more organized, but clearly not.
Yeah, sure. I think we might be pinned and opportunityed out, so let's have a review of what's on this board. That's great. Yeah, if you house them on the flip chart. Good thing about the flip chart is they actually stick to it. So if this explanation takes longer than about 2 minutes, they'll all just fall straight on the floor. It was a great idea, and like many of the best ideas, it's turned out to be rubbish. None of us is prepared to stick a more sticky adhesive to the back of them, because if it damages the map, then AT and Bongé will come and get me. So we're not going to do that. Did you want to talk through some of these, or did I want to talk through some of these? Right. Huh? What do you want the audience to talk through some of them? Want the audience to talk through some of them?
No, I just
What was the colour code again? Put them in. Yeah. Do you want to grab some of these as well? What's the green is green. Right, let's do some pain points. I'm going to work from the most northerly part down, which I think it's meant to be in Nigeria, but we've had to accommodate a lot of pain points and solutions in the surrounding West African region because there's too many in Nigeria. So we got someone's been capturing pain points from the first day. So wanting to access to mentoring, I think, is one. And then we've got somebody has a pain point around needing coaching on building an academy. And they've gone so far as to request that coaching be delivered by Patricia and Humphrey. So Patricia and Humphrey, you have maybe some work to do there. Other pain points. What else have we got? This is labelled as Pan-Africa. It's hanging out in Côte d'Ivoire. But capacity building and affordable healthcare. So very much picking up on the themes of the discussion. What else have we got? From the SEC in Nigeria, agility to get proof of training opportunities for the staff of my organisation. Both local and foreign, especially physically, basically funding for training. Okay, thank you. Pain everywhere. Look at this pain. So much pain has just been thrust into my hand. Cynthia, to help access country development banks in East and Central Africa. Now that is specific. If anybody feels like they could offer access to development banks in East and Central Africa, see Cynthia. Cynthia, wave your arms in the air like you want access to an Eastern Central African Development Bank. There we go. If you have it, it's needed over there. Yeah, great. So just to break up the pain, investment opportunities for everyone offered by Munir. Munir, wave your hands in the air. You've got investment opportunities. Zenith seeking business partnerships. That's a pain point. We've done Cynthia. Cynthia, there's more pain. More pain from Cynthia. We need collaboration with Africa to develop a curriculum for SMEs across smaller African countries. Very specific. I wonder if there's anyone here who can solve that pain point, just to save me looking for the post-it note that says, you can, JP. You should get together. I'm sure there's a matching post-it for that somewhere that says, I can sort you out with AfriCAD.
Here's an idea.
Yeah.
Because they keep falling off and there's so many of them.
Yes.
Why don't we commit to take these away and we're going to write them up? Because
It's a
I think
good
in the
idea.
time that's left, we want this flip chart full of actionable initiatives that you're going to commit to doing from today.
Reasonable. Should we put it to a vote? Who would like me to, over the next 2 to 3 hours, read every single post-it note out and try and connect up directly in the room? Is a no? Okay. Us to take it away and summarise it possibly with the assistance of AI and then provide it back as a report? Fantastic. Okay, we'll do that then.
We'll move on. Guys, could you come and just collect these post-it notes, please?
Okay, cool. So on paper, it looked like a great idea. All the nice little post-its on there with all the solutions to your problems. I'm never going to get over it, though. Good. So obviously, to be able to support each other, we've got to find a way to connect you when we leave this room. And I've got in my hand one that says that somebody is, I know that's somebody, and thank you so much. I will be providing the venue for the next talent meeting. So a round of applause for that, because we're going to see each other again. That's super cool. But a year is at the same time a short time and a very long time. So you don't want to leave here and then not talk to each other again and not action some of the things we've been talking about. There's some really great opportunities on here. So what are we going to do? What are the opportunities for online and offline collaboration? How would you like to keep touch with the great people you've met here? You probably met some friends as well now. You're going to go and you've met some great people you want to see again. Is it that when I come back to Nigeria, I commit to have coffee with you? I will make time for a coffee with one of the people. If you travel here, come and see me. Is it that we want an online community where we share some of these things and we continue the discussion and we reach out to each other? I don't know what it is because it belongs to you, but let's put it down on paper so we can make it, or we can help you make it happen after. What do you want? How do we continue these conversations until we meet again? How do we support each other in real life when we step out of this door? Go down and write it down. Shout it out if you prefer. I don't mind. I just want action plan.
I think that leveraging the technology space will be a good idea for us because it will be difficult for us to converge in a physical location. So we can take it up from there.
Can't hear you, Shay.
We can start with WhatsApp, then we could do Google Meets for specific meetings if we have burning topics we want to discuss.
Okay, so we're creating a WhatsApp group with all of you? Yes?
Should we get some written down on here as well as you go?
Yes.
Would you want to write that one on your chart then?
Okay, so
Could you write the
I
WhatsApp
also...
group on there?
Go ahead. Okay. I think a directory would help. I don't know if there's a plan to share kind of, even if it's email contacts of everyone in the room. I think that would be very helpful, as well as, you know, the companies and the roles that they hold today. I think that would be very helpful.
We share a directory of all of you to each other. Do you want to write it down just on a piece of paper? So then when we collect everything, we start making it happen. So there's a directory of all of you and a WhatsApp group. So under that directory, we put the phone numbers.
Tell them to write it on the flip. So if your table has agreed a thing with Shay, please write it with a marker on the flip chart sheet in the middle of the table, because we will take them away and capture them.
What else? What are we doing? Because it's not just with a WhatsApp group or a flip or a directory that we are going to start collaborating. Any other ideas?
This may have been talked about before I came in, but I think that in addition to the directory, it may also help to understand kind of the projects or work that people are doing. So for example, I've heard a few people say that they are building an academy, for example. There may be other people who've done it or who are doing it, you know, that way you also kind of know how you can help people and vice versa.
So how could we do that? I think it's
Yeah.
very valuable. This is what I'm working on. This is what
Yeah.
we are doing as projects, because it's going to be relevant to somebody else. And if we don't know, we can't help. So how are we going to do this? Any ideas?
For me to be able to have alignment with what they're doing that I found interest in. So now I think we can try to specialize it based on in terms of sectors or industries. Then we can able to find fit based on level of interest. I don't know if you get my point.
For a project that you were starting, and then if it caught somebody's attention, they could review your snippet of stuff and then try and take it further. So you could have like a section of one of the academy programs that we've all got access to that said this is in development. Some way of talking about the early stages of stuff that's not commercially sensitive, maybe. I don't know who could host that or where that could be hosted, but you know, stuff that you're going to do, so not just like a random scattering of ideas, but I'm doing this, help me out before I go down a rabbit hole. That would be, I would find that personally useful with many of the projects that I take down rabbit holes. Where is this man? Who's filming? Why am I on the screen? Take me away. Get the director involved.
So are we going to upload content to a shared platform?
I feel like we're not, but no idea is a bad idea in this circle.
No
Unless
idea is
it's
a bad
one of mine.
idea.
If it's one of mine, you can say this is a terrible idea. We're not doing this.
So I feel that since we have gone ahead to say WhatsApp group, so while we create the WhatsApp group and everyone is on there, whoever that is going to be in charge of the WhatsApp group can make it in such a way that everybody introduces yourself by what you do, what the field you're in, and what sector you represent or what the future plan is for you. And then you're thereby already sharing what people's interests are on, and then you're picking what sector each and every one of us are in and what's the future is next for each and every one of us here. And then since it said AfriCard, we can now bring content ideas that can help each and every one of us, or set up Google Meets or team meetings where we can discuss how to help one and each another. But if we just go on here and then talk about how to build an academy and all, it might not be what is interesting when you're at that point. It might not be what is interesting me at that point. It might just be boring to the next person and then interesting to the next. So that's why when it's in a group, it's better that people that have interest join that particular meeting, and people that have other interests join in that particular meeting, or content sharing, where content that have already been uploaded on AfriCard can be shared on the WhatsApp group. Then people that are interested can go ahead to engage in those contents and then absorb and then move from there. And then ask questions where necessary and then be carried along. So it's not bulky. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, round of applause, great idea.
Yeah. I was wondering about one of the things that AfriCAD was mentioned earlier about AfriCAD is the hybrid nature of the learning. So everything that we talked about so far is pretty digital. If people were tapping into AfriCAD, JP, I'm asking you for an idea or for some advice on this, but if people were tapping into AfriCAD, how could they make it hybrid within their own organisations or within groups of their organisations? Because this, we've all come to Abuja for this, but what if it was in your backyard, or even in your backyard with like a few of you? How do you hybridize something like this? Or if I'm an organisation, I come to Africa, how do I hybridize what I'm doing so it's not just digital?
Okay, maybe something that I should have mentioned in my session is that in Africa we have learning design experts, and we also have a learning design firm that helps us to convert the learning content that we can put together and convert it into a learning program. So I think that's something that we can look into if we receive any proposals, and we can partner to see how we can develop that into a learning program, an e-learning program that can be hosted on our platform, can be shared with the wider public.
Cool.
That's great. I think there's an offer of hosting and developing an entire e-learning and hybrid program. I'd take that up anytime.
Maybe put our own team on it, get trained up.
Yeah.
Put me on it, trained up. You're welcome, Nigel. You're never too old to learn and to train. You should always be humble. That's the lesson that we can take, Nigel. I say it because he's the other side of the pillar. I don't know where he is. He's around there somewhere.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I quite like the idea she put forward, but a slight variation to that would be still leveraging the WhatsApp platform that is going to be created. I would suggest, because sometimes messages on WhatsApp get overlooked, I would suggest we create a Google form. Google form fields being your name, the institution you work for, what project it is you're working on, and then everybody can fill that. So at the end of the day, that Google form is downloaded, so you have details of everyone in the projects they are working on. That can be put on the WhatsApp platform. So anyone interested in knowing what everyone else here has to offer can actually go to that form, open it, glance through, and whatever piques your interest, of course, your contact details will be on that Google form. They can just contact directly and then reach out additionally on WhatsApp to say, okay, I dropped X a message, and we have a conversation, so that it's direct, it's immediate. Yeah.
Great. You like it. That's good.
What if we were able to take that idea and find a way to route it into AI? What if we were able to get the things that you're all good at and the things that you've done with your experiences in the group and crack the data, and then be able to question it to say, so if I went to it, I could say, look, I really want to do, we're going to say it all day, it's going to get cliche. Last time I'm going to say, I really want to build an academy. And then the data can say back to me, well, what kind of academy do you want to build? What kind of sector are you in? I know that this person does this person does that. This was the experience that they had. If we were able to move that data into get it out of silos, then we would be able to question it and tap the experience of this group for a query. Yeah.
That is based on somebody within the group requesting, and then the AI can actually leverage whatever you fed into it to be able to give a response.
Yeah.
What if nobody requests? But you still need to have an idea of what the capability
you would have to,
within the forum is. So that's the point I'm looking at.
Yeah. If you gathered all that up, then we could query it, and then that would be cool.
And it may not even be an immediate need, but you would know that this person offers this. So in the event that that becomes a requirement, you know where to go to get it. Yeah.
Really cool.
Good, some ideas flowing. So we're going to have a WhatsApp group with some Google form that you are going to commit. I'm committing you to fill in. So it has the information for everyone else in the room to know who to go to when they need. We're going to compile all of this. That's gone already. We are compiling all of this to also show you all of the things that can be on offer out there in terms of support, and also for you to be aware of what the rest of the people here are going through, and that maybe you can offer support for them to solve that quicker.
Let me do, I was spin it around a little bit, inspired by my lunch. During lunch, I was privy to a conversation around, we got a little bit into salaries surveys and compensation and benchmarking and things like that, right? So who put a pain point down that was to do with compensation, benchmarking, or salaries? Anybody? You have to put your hand up, otherwise this thing is in the bin, and we just try and find a different idea. I saw those things that someone did. Compensation benchmarking, understanding what to pay people, or executive surveys. I know that's a pain point because somebody at lunch was telling me that it was a pain point. So if we were to say like ideas how you could collaborate around improving the understanding, because we know from, I mean, wherever he is, Nigel is a recruitment expert. He lives in this world, and I sometimes listen to Nigel complaining. So I know that that's a pain point, is how do we understand what people are paid? And African markets are historically underserved with data. So it's a theme that came up in the AMCE session this morning, that sometimes systems are designed for other markets and they don't work here for whatever reason. I think that in that, Theo, it was your point about sickle cell. It doesn't work in Western markets because it's not there. Salary surveys historically have been pretty poor around Africa because the data isn't there. They're set up along Western lines. There's loads of data points. Then you ask questions and say, I need assistant driller in Angola. And you go to a traditional provider of the information, Big Four, Mercer, Willis Towers Watson, and they say it's going to be X number of £1,000, and it's based on data that's not very good. Like behind, there's not enough data points. You're not well served with it. So maybe an idea. What have we got? How could you help each other to do better benchmarking? Or who's done some really good benchmarking and found success? Because the people Cynthia I was talking to, Tendai I was talking to, had encountered some really bad benchmarking. So anybody had a great experience with benchmarking, or been able to do something that worked really well that you could share? Or if not, then you could just all tell each other what you pay everybody, and then you would have solved it. But anybody?
Collaboration, transparency.
Yes. What else we got? I think we're going to have to dig in our cupboard of things to break the afternoon stupor, or quickly get Tunji writing some more quiz questions, just to wake everybody back up again. Oh, the Superman saves the day.
I'm
Thanks,
happy
Superman.
to share information as and when may be required, but I just wanted to say that in my previous life, actually, because I worked for PwC,
You did, yeah.
I run what we call the Salary Club in Uganda. What did we call it? Salary Survey Club in Uganda. And what that club did was it had private sector companies that came together, and every year, everybody paid a certain amount of money, and we carried out an annual survey, which we then, distributed to the members of that salary club. And it was a resourceful way of helping companies to get access to salary survey data through a trusted partner that they knew our data was safe, etc., etc. Of course, we would anonymize the data, like anyway, the way that you would do it in a typical salary survey. So I believe that there's a benefit in finding a way in which data of that nature could be shared in a safe, trusted manner, and all of that. Of course, for the multilaterals, I think we're already talking about that, and it's easier for us because we use USD, we're across different regions in Africa, so that may be an easier play. For say, if you have a company that's primarily Nigerian, or Ugandan for that matter, there may not be much sense in them sharing information because it's a different market, so to speak. But I think it's something that's worth thinking about, and even if it were just because most of the other private sector companies here are Nigerian, and if there's no forum of that nature for sharing such information, I still think it's something that is worth considering and thinking about.
Should we have a thank you? A little bit of show of hands of anybody that is taking part in a salary survey then, just to prove this out and see if it is an opportunity. Hands up if your organisation is feeding into and getting data back from a salary survey.
1,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hands up if your organisation is not feeding into and getting data back from a salary survey. This is how we find out who is just hiding in the room. So 7 of you, 8 of you are feeding in or not feeding in. And about 50 of you have 50 of you have fallen asleep. Where, Tunji,
See, Tanji was right.
he was correct.
He
the man
was
was
right.
correct. The man was correct. You feeling?
Sorry. So when this question was going around, I happened to whisper to my boss. I was like, how can a company pay you what they are not earning? So it only takes a company that it's earning quite much to be able to review that, and it's like garbage in, garbage out. If I declare a profit that is at its maximum height, then I can equally take care of a staff and increase salaries. But if I'm not declaring profits, I don't see the need. Well, I don't even have the money to pay the staffs to that level. So it's more of when there is a maximum yield, that is equally, I mean, we're all smiling to the bank. But when there is a minimum yield, we're all crying.
Anybody,
in our house.
anybody want to reply? It's a conversation, so it's not just me or Sherazad replying. Anybody want to reply to that? Yeah, take it. Take it, Humphrey.
I don't know whether I want to agree that until you start making profits before you can pay a commensurate compensation. I think you can also consider it as an investment, because when you set up a company, you don't start making money from day one, right? So, because it might also be that you are not making enough because you are not paying enough, right? So, what it would then be is you then need to maybe benchmark, get them to say, look, you want this much, then you also have to be made to deliver this much. That may just be the stimulant that they need to get that performance, right? That's my thought.
And that's a great point that reminds me as well of some of the conversation there was before in terms of why should salaries be a cost? You know, we wouldn't ask ourselves the same question for investing into technology, or would think it's necessary for the company to grow. Yet when it comes to people, we might go, meh.
I think some of us who have been in the trenches for reward management, I think my brother Tio, they demonstrated some of the pitfalls. Salary or compensation or reward or any other term that you might want to use, it has got different philosophies. And it depends on the organization. If you do org design, if you look at the maturity model, for example, it depends on where your organization is. And then in compensation, those that are my brothers that are here that know compensation, you talk of percentiles. You can't be in the 7th, 50th percentile if your organization is struggling to be viable and to be sustainable, because that will be a disaster. You will pay well, but you will not make it to, that organization will not survive. So we are just telling people, be cautious on generalizing statements about reward management. Look at the org design of your organization, look at your philosophy, look at the other background before you come out with the terms that are self-defeating, because that one is felt with, it has got a lot of landmines. And that's why even the bigger organizations, like some of us, we commission consultants. But we're talking as a group and saying, similar to the PwC club, Tio, I remember when I joined in Nairobi, where the biggest challenge that we're trying to take oranges and bananas and apples. Organizations that were not multilaterals, that have got no tax haven, we're finding it challenging to compare with us, because if you look at the benefit structure, you look at the net salary, of course it will be different. So when it now comes to the comparison of the information and benchmarking, it became a nightmare. And a lot of us who were in the multilateral sector moved away from the PwC remuneration club because it was not useful. It was drawing us back because they look at averages, and if you are being compared with a bank that is struggling and they are a financial institution that is somewhere there, it becomes challenging. So I'm just saying, as you form these clubs, be cautious where you are, even as a bank. If you are a small bank, don't try to chew when you are struggling with your teeth and because you have it falling. It's just being cautious. Yes, we know you want to be competitive, but be very careful in terms of how you come out of those structures, because they can also be a landmine. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to weigh in response? Because I think, yeah.
I was thinking of saying what he had said, but I think the difference between myself and him is that if you have to retain your talent, what are those incentives? Rewards are part of it. So you have to be competitive within the industry. If you're not among the best, you shouldn't be among the worst. So the benchmark should be the industry where you play. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Okay. Let's try for one more thing. I think we are about ready for a coffee and about ready to do some networking, make some plans together and sign off. So let's try for one more thing that we can present back to you, because we're going to collect all of the information from the sessions. So it's all been recorded, can be shared. It can also be digested, so we can share that as a document so that you can communicate what you came to, what you saw, what you learned. I think it would be good, because what was challenging, I think, about that last session, let's be open enough to accept that last session was slightly challenging. Didn't really come off like we hoped. So maybe before we can run in terms of, I have this challenge, let's find that solution. Maybe we can get some principles of collaboration that we can take to a future session, because there will be a future session. We're committed to that as well. Whether the session is here, whether we manage to find a venue this nice, I think if we move it away from this building is a challenge, because this has been beautiful. But we will be doing this again, maybe in different scales, because that didn't come up in terms of practical solutions. You know, it doesn't have to be this. Can be breakfast, can be Zoom meeting, can be coffee. Doesn't have to be all of us, can be the ones of us who are based in Kenya. Like, anything could happen. So, but to go alongside the report of the session, what would be really cool is to get a picture of the kind of commitments that you're prepared to make to each other, to yourselves. Because I think the main thing about this is, what you would have seen here is that you have a contribution to make, but also there's lots of advantage to you just to picking up on what everybody else is offering. To not reinvent the wheel, as we said, to move fast because you're piggybacking on whatever other people are contributing. So let's try as a group for 10 minutes to come up on the flip charts on the tables with 3 principles of how you can extend this collaboration. So that might be around, say, the transparency of data, or it might be in terms of attending meetups, or whatever it is. If we could get 3 principles on paper, we'll collect them, we'll put them into this report, we'll share the report back with all of you. Does that feel like a good way to bookend the last 2 days? Can I get yes, it does? Absolutely not. Yeah, have we got the energy for this? Yeah, can we get some energy? Yeah, we can. All right, 10 minutes on the clock, gentlemen. Can we get 10 minutes on the clock so everybody can see this is the last 10 minutes of effort from you over the 2 days, the last yards you have to run. And let's get 3 principles of how this collaboration is going to continue. Transparency, turning up at things. Whatever comes to mind, we'll synthesize it into the report, and then it's coffee time. 10 minutes is on the clock. The clock is coming. All right, when that clock starts running, get your 3 principles. And then Nigel is going to... Yeah, on the flip charts. Grab a marker, put 3 principles of how we're going to continue this effort together on the flip chart, and then we're going to close.
So the doors are locked. They will open when every flip chart has 3 principles
3 things.
on it.
And you can't include WhatsApp group as your first of the 3 things because it's already on the flip chart.
Okay? 3 things per flip chart before we open the doors.
The fire doors remain accessible, Dave.
Principles
Yeah,
for
it's fair
moving
enough.
forward from here.
It's fair enough, Dave. The fire doors
Thank you,
have
Dan.
remained open. People would be concerned. Yeah. If you have chronic claustrophobia, you will be allowed to leave. All these things are true. The clock is ticking. There are 9 minutes remaining.
Go back to a desk. They'll have 15 emails from the CEO. And monkeys tossing sabres and elephants doing whatever they do.
Where can we help? You're making, put you one out. You bosh 3 and then the table gets to leave. That's not true, by the way. The fast is, if you write it in 2 minutes, you still don't get to leave till the end of the 10 minutes. So you can refine your answer. I like it.
All right, you like it, eh?
Moderated by the organisers, brackets, who will be accommodated in very nice hotels at my expense. What?
I like his moderation and you keep a straight
What?
face after making us laugh.
No, it's serious. I'm deadly
You
serious.
make us laugh,
It's
then
no
you keep
joke.
a straight face.
No, it's no joke. I've got some conditions to moderate this, but I will do it. I will do it. It will be done. Team Stanley, winning all the quizzes, number 1 in all the exercises. This is going to fill with like 25 things before everyone's seen it. Yeah. I like this. You think first, lots of planning and preparation, and then you commit to paper. All these guys, they're just scribbling any rubbish. Hang on, where have we got a marker pen? We get a spare marker, Nigel? Is this marker working?
No.
Have we got any felt tips?
That's what I'm trying to get, and that's the best I can find.
You've done it already. You still don't get to leave. That's. You have 3? 3's all you need. But we have 6 minutes and 57 seconds to refine your
Does
answer.
any table have a spare marker pen? They need one.
Yeah.
Somebody's stolen the marker pens.
Partnerships in areas of communication.
You have a marker? They need it.
Okay, let me give it the first confessor.
We seem to have half as many marker pens as we had before lunch.
Just checking around what's getting written. I just say now, regular breakfast catered
Yeah,
by
where's the
Chef
flip
Stone
chart?
is not an acceptable answer. Can a group that has
Okay.
put that please remove it?
Perfect. That's correct. Sorry, Jim. Is this it? Perfect. May I take this? May I take this?
No, let me write.
Okay.
Just 3.
Just write
If
what
you want to go for 4,
Imagine
you've got
that's a
4.
flip chart.
We've got a team over here that said, is it just 3? So they have aspirations of doing like 23. I don't know what this is. We're filling. No. I mean, if you've got the capability to fill that sheet of paper, you fill it.
Yeah. Let them, because some people haven't got more than 2
Shame
yet.
these guys. There's a team over there that's shooting for 23. So if you thought you'd finished, think again.
So we definitely had a red marker pen before lunch.
Another item for the lost and found list. Where is the red marker pen?
You done your 3? You all happy with this? Fantastic. Wow. Really? We've got a complete set here.
There are 4 minutes and 50 seconds of this conference remaining.
Thanks, JP.
That was a good one, that one. I like that one. I'll tell you, I'll read that whilst they're talking. Just got a 3 come in. It's looking pretty good. It's finished. Number 1, stay connected. Number 2, share information. Number 3, explore partnerships in areas of common interest. I think that's a pretty good 3. That's a tight 3 team in the corner.
We got another one here, Alex, with 5.
Ooh, 5.
Have
they increased the quantity but kept the level of quality? Yeah. It's more specific. Visas, career development, mentoring, training, internships and information sharing. All areas where I think we could develop some pretty good stuff. I like it. And then the principles. Oh, there's more. It's like 2-part. Taking responsibility, sharing some values, arranging knowledge sharing sessions, building a talent ecosystem, and enabling continuous learning. I like it. It's good.
Yeah, we're right. We got a 0 over here, Alex.
They're just preparing. Remember who these people are.
Keep the door locked.
This team
Stanley's got a 0.
That team has won every single quiz and activity.
The champs have plummeted to the bottom.
If they haven't written anything yet, it's because they're brewing a masterpiece. I believe in them.
You're now the ex-champs.
No. They're going to show it. Don't bet against the champs. Check-ins, regular check-in sessions. That's a good practical idea.
Ooh.
Online knowledge sharing.
We got like 3.5 here.
3.5. 3.5. Who's done 3.5?
Juliet.
Oh, come on. Right. 3.5. The principle of fun. Okay. Leveraging tech.
This table's
Doing
cheating
something
because they've got
sustainable.
Scheherazade.
Operating in an atmosphere of trust and transparency. Critical. Love it.
This table's delegated to Scheherazade.
Nigel, this is backwards. I'll try it anyway.
It's Arabic.
Yeah. I commit to being active on the WhatsApp group. Come on. You jokers. You jokers.
That was Tia.
It's Tio's daily meme. That's gonna. If the outcome of this conference is Tio's daily meme, we have failed. We have failed.
Oh, champs have got as far as
Sharing
2.
ideas, promoting ideas outside the group. Well, that's interesting because one of my big takeaways from yesterday is that there's so much that you can give to each other, the stuff right in front of your face, and that's a logical place to start. But once you have nobbled that and you can turn to your client networks and their client networks, we had, Alan, I used your organization as an example one or two times, that having the competencies to be lent to is important through the chain. You know, small businesses want to be lent to from commercial banks. They need competencies. Commercial banks need the competencies to do the lending, and all of that's necessary for AGF to achieve its mission. So turning outwards to infuse your ecosystems with this capacity is the next step after we have dealt with all of this low-hanging fruit that's right in front of us. Regular meetups catered by Chef Stone. You jesters, being accountable. Perfect. Being accountable, or you receive Tio's daily meme pointing the finger at you saying you are not doing a good job. Tio, the microphone for you.
Oh, the champs
Sorry,
have
I did
redeemed
not.
themselves.
You know, when you talked about committing, I wasn't in the room because I had to go and take a call.
Fair enough.
But what I intended to say on behalf of Afrexim Bank, and I haven't discussed this with JP, but we'll discuss it subsequent to this. But I'm saying that given the nature of the interactions that have gone on here, through AfraCAD, we're willing to commit to create, JP talked about the Afrexim Bank Trade Voices webinar, which happens, once a month or depending on, we're willing to commit to starting an Afrexim Bank HR Voices webinar, which can be delivered.
Hey, get a yeehaw.
concrete.
Which
You
will
heard
be
it here.
delivered through AfraCAD as a platform.
Amazing.
On the condition that this group is willing to commit to volunteer their time to attend, but also to act as resource persons. All right? If we make that happen, I think it will be a powerful way of us connecting on a regular basis. And, let's make it happen. I think it will be amazing.
Come on, yes.
Did you,
Thank you, Tia. Did anybody write that down?
Oh, no, he's recorded it. You got the whole thing? Yeah, he's captured the whole thing. That's fantastic.
We
Theo,
get a
you were on
transcript
camera
of
during that.
bit. And
You were
here we go.
recorded,
We've
the
got
commitment is logged.
Thank
Any more paper to come in? That's
Yes.
fantastic. Some concrete outcomes.
Here we go, last
See,
one.
you had it in you. You had a little bit more juice to give. Well done.
This is the last one. Let's see if the last is the best. What do you think? It's on there.
Opportunities for exchange programs. That's come up a few times, and it seems like a really good idea. That feels like something that somebody wanted to put their hand up and say, I will exchange some people. You could do it, but maybe we'll do that one another day. But that's low hanging. Not you, Georgie. We're not. No, they don't want to come to our office. Sorry, Cynthia. Yeah. Pardon? Sorry, I've not followed. Oh, there's a microphone.
No, we have our answers as well over there.
Oh, right.
I don't
Yes,
think we have
yes.
that
They
yours?
finished. They
Thanks.
redeemed themselves. They weren't last.
Yeah, no, I knew. I had faith in you. I had faith in you all along. There's more. Okay, where's the rest?
They're all there.
Oh, we've got them all.
You got a lot.
Opportunities for exchange programs. Start exchanging your teams. Knowledge sharing, which we just covered in a big way. That's great. And collaboration on projects with a similar interest. These are lovely. This we can do. So we'll capture all this and we'll synthesize it into the report of the event, and we'll be capping that report off with the fantastic news that Theo's just given us, that there's going to be a real concrete outcome from this that we're all going to share in, as long as you're prepared to put your bit into it. So we'll send around that commitment as well, start recruiting your first knowledge sharers and get the attendees signed up. Okay. Well, give yourselves a round of applause, like a good one, like a better than that one. We need to go to another. That's awful. You really have let me down badly. Okay.
Oh, and we got one here. Look, the improvised flip chart. Anybody guess who that was? JP.
Yeah, JP's one was great.
And the Frexham no flip chart team.
Yeah, I like that one though. That was succinct, that one. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. I think realistically you've done enough. This is the time that we were slated to finish, so you have actually worked through to the end. What we did there was subterfuge. Like it was going to finish and then it didn't finish. And then it carried on till the end of it anyway. If that had not happened, the coffee wouldn't have been ready. So all smoke and mirrors, that's the game. That's the events game, people. That's the events game. Say you're fixing the aircon, do nothing about it. No, not really. We did try quite hard about that. It's the way it is. Right. Are we finished? Do we have anything else to say? Okay. So what's going to happen now is that we're going to go out into the corridor, enjoy some refreshments, coffees, pardon? Yeah, oh, the survivors' photo. Goodness me, we almost forgot the reason you're all still here. Okay. Well, I'm going to close it first, and then we'll come up for the survivors' photo, because you won't listen after that. We've got to do coffee, refreshments in the corridor, shake hands, make the firm friendships and promises to collaborate. Everything that we've learned and discussed and shared is going to make its way out in a report which will be both video and infographic and written. We'll share all the slides we can share. We will share session précis. You'll have seen already on social media the captures of the quotes of the session from the different panelists. And if you are a panelist, you'll get those too, so you can put them on your LinkedIn and look really big time. And we haven't got anything else to say, apart from thank you for your attention. You've been lovely, and it's been very, very impressive that you've stuck at it, because these are not easy things to do. They're long days. You're all got emails. Nobody stops emailing you when you come to this, so it's a tough shift. But you've got through to the end of it, which we appreciate enormously. There's nothing worse than you lose all the energy and you lose all the momentum because people gave up the second day, but you didn't. You stuck with it and you delivered, and I'm grateful. So, what? I'm going to... The photo's at the end, Nigel. Get back behind your pillar.
then let's just call it done and come for a photo. Thank you, everybody. Give yourselves a round of applause. So if you make your way towards, how are we going to do this, photographers? You're the bosses. What are we doing? Where are you and where are we? We're on the stage and you're photoing. Right. Will the stage take the weight? Let's find out. That's fine. Could anybody with a background come and risk assess this stage for the weight of you all? Let's try it, but one at a time until we reach the critical limit. So let's get the first table up. Let's have some, let's try and get it a little bit organized. First two tables, you want to make your way up to the stage? We'll do this survivor's photo. Come on up. Come on to the stage. Welcome to the stage, first two tables. Come on up. We'll do it table by table so that it's not falling over each other. So first two tables, come on down, fill up the back, then we'll get everybody on stage for a big hands wavy, smiley-faced survival photo. Let me, do you want to get the Amphi crew together at the front, or do you want to mix through? What do you want to do? Let's do it together. All right, let's do that. Yeah, fine. Okay, so then let's get the middle two tables onto the stage. Middle two tables, come on down. And guys, if you shuffle, maybe shuffle back because we're going to need everybody on here. So shuffle back, shuffle back. If you're feeling tall, head right the way back there. Everybody shuffle back like 1 meter. If you're on the stage, take one big step back. If you're on the stage right now, take a big step back. If you're on the stage right now, take a big step back. Look behind you. Yeah. If you are Guy, stand at the back. If you look at Guy, if you can look Guy in the eye, stand at the back as well. Shuffle yourselves, organize yourselves. Sort out an appropriate organizational structure. There you go. Everybody on. Everybody, the stage is feeling secure. The stage is feeling like it's up to the challenge. And, well, the other thing we can do is that photographers can stand on objects and get us a little bit top down, so they'll catch you if they do that. Well, I'm going to get out in the corner. No, I'm escaping out the side. In we go. Yeah, no, everybody go to the other side of the lectern because you're not going to get in it if you're around here. That's why I'm here. Shake it on. Just lie across the front. Lie. Nigel, can you bring yourself. Come on, you've participated. Come on. Come on up. Right, everybody that wants to be in this photo, are you in this photo? Yeah? Arrange yourselves. Now there's a nice piece of organizational design. What a moment of inspiration, yeah? Sorted. Nope, that thing just gives away. Sneaky comments at the back. Push your way through. Hello. Are you telling us we've set this up in entirely the wrong place? Yeah. Yes, Theo, that was apparently the actual plan all along. Nobody bounce up and down. It really isn't going to take it. Yeah, there's like an area set up for this apparently. There's a whole area just set up for this job, which we've ignored.